Okay, everyone is unmuted. Okay. So first order of business is swearing everyone in, and I will be swearing in the new mayor and council members. I could have Teddy come up first, please. Oh, let's move the cameras. I'm just standing right now.
Yeah, the poll's really.
That was a little, there we go. Okay. So if you could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Teddy Erico,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Telluride Mayor,
of the office of Telluride Mayor,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Hold it. Hey, next we have Ashley Story on Spricket. On Spricket. On Spricket.
You see why I didn't run with that.
Okay.
All
All right, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Ashley Story von Sprecken,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Telluride Town Council,
of the office of Telluride Town Council,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability. What is today? Okay, great.
Hey, Elena. Hey, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Elena Levin,
do swear or affirm
do swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Telluride Town Council,
of the office of Telluride Town Council,
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to enter,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
We have Daniel Zemke. This is the first time it's for a 4-year term. It used to be 2 years. Hi. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Daniel Zemke,
do swear or affirm
do swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the Home Rule Charter
and the Home Rule Charter
and ordinances
and ordinance
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
of the Town of Telluride, Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of Telluride Town Meeting Moderator,
of the office of Town of Telluride Meeting Moderator,
upon which I'm about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thanks.
Okay, it is 10:06 a.m. We're going to start a little early and call the Telluride Town Council meeting on Tuesday, November 28th here at Rebecca Hall to order. We'll start first with a roll call starting on my right.
Oh, Elena Levin,
Jesse Rio Arguelles. Geneva Charnett.
Teddy Erico.
Ashley Story Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
All right, great. Item number one, organizational meeting. These are action items. 1A is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting Robert's Rules of Order with local amendments as its parliamentary rules for conducting meetings of the Town Council. Do we
Thank-
have,
That's me. Thank you.
okay,
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So this resolution is before you today for adoption to adopt Robert's rules to conduct our meetings, along with local amendments, which are attached to the resolution included in the packet. I'm not going to go over the local rules in detail, but there are a few things that I'd like to point out. So the rules go over things like conduct, and then hybrid meetings are something that we started after COVID to continue to allow the public to join the meetings remotely, as well as town council members remotely in some occasions. So you'll see in section 2 under hybrid meetings and electronic participation. This was adopted by the town council in 2021. And at that time, we discussed that town council meetings, it's expected that the elected officials will be in person at Rebecca Hall most of the time, understanding that life happens. There are occasions where you need to join remotely. And so you'll see built into this is it allows the council members to attend meetings remotely no more than 4 times per year. And then continuing on to the following section, the effect of electronic participation in those scenarios is if it's not under an emergency and it's just a regular council meeting that you are attending remotely, you would not be allowed to participate in any executive sessions that are on the agenda for that day or any quasi judicial hearings. Then under section 3, this is a little different where it's under an emergency situation where a declaration of an emergency has been called by either the town manager, the mayor, or a state official. In that scenario, the 4 times per year would not come into play, and then elected officials would be able to participate in those executive sessions and quasi judicial hearings. The other sections of the local amendments just discuss setting the town council agenda. The mayor sets the agenda typically 2 weeks before the meeting. And then we have a rotating council member that attends those town council agenda setting meetings along with the mayor and staff. And I will send out that schedule probably after this council meeting. So if there's times of the year that don't work well for you, if you're a ski instructor in January through March, you're going to be on the mountain and can't attend those agenda setting meetings. They're usually on the Friday, 2 weeks before the meeting at 10 a.m. So just let me know if some times of the year don't work for you, and I will avoid scheduling you for the agenda setting meetings during that time, but it's just a rotating council member that attends those. And then it just discusses how to get things on the agenda, the formats for public hearings, and then a few other things in there that I don't think need to be pointed out here. But if anyone has any questions on it, I am here to answer any questions. And it is before you today for approval with just a motion and vote.
Does anybody have any questions for Tiffany? Seeing no questions, do we have a motion?
I move to approve Robert's rules of adopt rules. Wrong page. A resolution of the Town Council of Town of Telluride to adopt Robert's Rules of Order with local amendments as the preliminary rules of conducting meetings of the Town Council.
A second.
Okay, Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Yes.
And Elena
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
and Teddy, yes, as well.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. On to item 1B. It is election of the mayor pro tem. I'll start this one off. Unless anybody has anything further to say, I'd like to get right to a nomination, and I would, although I don't try to make them very often, I would like to nominate me and Fee as mayor pro tem.
I second.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, Teddy will vote yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Helena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Okay, that is approved unanimously. Me and shall be the mayor pro tem. Item 1C, consideration and adoption of the 2024 Town Council meeting calendar.
Hello again. So this is a draft calendar for the 2024 Town Council meeting schedule. You'll see on the schedule, we have regular town council meetings in kind of reddish color, and then budget meetings start in the fall. And those are typically on a Thursday beginning at 9 a.m. And then the green meetings are retreats, and intergovernmental meetings occur quarterly, and you'll see those in blue on the calendar. We try to have town council meetings every 3 weeks on a Tuesday beginning at 10 a.m. There are times of the year that we try to adjust that. We consider spring break when a lot of people are out of town and try to avoid meetings during spring break. So you'll see sometimes there's 2 or even 4 weeks in between meetings. And then we consider other things like holidays. Sometimes it's really difficult to have a meeting right after a holiday. I understand February's regular meeting is drafted for right after the February holiday. But based on schedules that just seem to work best. So this is before you today for consideration. These are not set in stone. This is just a draft based on what staff discussed and kind of looking at the year with conferences and holidays and things like that.
I just have a question. So the retreats, how long and what time do those typically start at?
Those are usually at 9 a.m. and go from 9 to noon as well.
Okay.
The budget meetings are the same, 9 to noon.
Any other further questions for Tiffany?
I had a question. June 18th through the 22nd, what is the CML conference?
Yeah, I can answer that. Scott Robson here. That is the Colorado Municipal League, and that is really the state's largest gathering of municipal leaders. And that is one of the bigger conferences of the year that's, proven to be pretty productive for council when they've been able to go. And typically myself and maybe our deputy town manager will attend as well.
Are council people expected to attend?
I wouldn't say expected. You're certainly invited. We encourage council to attend those as possible, or just whether it's CML or CAST, the Colorado Association of Ski Towns. There are a number of professional organizational retreats and conferences that we would love for council to get around the table with your peers and just learn around new policies and issues of the day. So, but it's certainly not mandatory by any means.
I would just love to throw out there that I've had great experiences at the CAST meetings, and they're usually pretty fun, and it's all of the town managers and council and mayors from all of the ski towns in Colorado, as well as some in Utah as well. So those tend to be a little more fun and a little enriching to see other people going through the same problems we are and talking about solutions. So those ones are what, quarterly? Does that schedule out yet?
Yeah, that's, more or less is quarterly. Yeah, it ranges from legislative meeting with our legislators down in Denver, one of the CAS meetings, and it rotates around different mountain towns throughout the course of the year. Yeah, I agree with Geneva. That's probably the most useful and interesting gathering of professionals for us each year.
Any other questions for Tiffany or Scott?
I have a couple conflicts. None of them are meeting specific, but I won't be able to make the 10-3 budget meeting or the 6/13 retreat. So I don't think any of that's make or break, but I think ideally budget meeting, if that could be moved, I'd like to be
Yeah.
there. for
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
And we can discuss a date
Yeah.
that works for everybody, right?
Yeah, I think maybe now might be a little early, but as we get closer, if that's right, me and council, we can look at dates once we get within a couple months out and have a little stronger feeling for everyone's schedule at that point. Things
Right.
change, we know.
Any further questions or comments?
I just have one more, sorry.
Okay.
In addition to these meetings, sometimes there are special meetings that have to be called, which obviously those won't be on this schedule, but that takes a little bit more of a process. So if there are any special meetings that are scheduled, I'll always email town council, and I have to get an acknowledgement from all of you via email that you have received the notice for the special town council meeting. So sometimes when we schedule those and you start getting the emails, it's a little weird. You're like, why are you emailing me? But that's why, because any meeting outside of this schedule is considered a special meeting. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Kevin?
Yeah, just a question of preference for Tiffany. Would you rather have council look at that June 13th and October 3rd meeting date, so we don't have to call it as a special meeting and we can adopt it here? Or do you want to just address this as we get closer?
I think for the October 3rd, I'd like to involve our finance director, because I know that there were some conflicts with her as well. So that date, I think we could probably discuss later. I would be good moving that June 13th. We try to avoid having the retreat during the same week as town council meetings, the regular ones, but in the past, they always occur during the same week. So if we want to move that one to the 6th now, or even the 20th after the holiday, I think that would probably be good.
20th would be my preference.
When is Bluegrass?
I think it's that time.
Oh, it is. So you.
Sorry.
I work.
I know.
Oh, right. We do try to avoid bluegrass too.
I work for the festival, so.
Or we could do it as we get closer. Sometimes those retreats, they don't often get canceled, but sometimes we cancel them or just reschedule them. So
And we have to have them on a Thursday.
no, that's just what's typically worked. But if that doesn't work for the majority, we could definitely move those.
I don't think we should do it if it's bluegrass, because Stephanie likes to go to those and she's gonna be super busy during.
She
Bluegrass.
loves going to those.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. She's definitely present
Yeah,
for those
yeah.
meetings.
Yeah.
Could we do it on the 14th, Friday, the 14th?
I won't.
No, you won't. Okay. We'll just do it when we get closer.
We'll get closer and we'll figure it out. Is everybody cool with that?
Okay.
Sweet.
Okay, do we have, unless there's any further discussion, do we have a motion to approve or deny the adoption of the 2024 town council meeting calendar?
I move to approve the 2024 draft town council meeting calendar as presented.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Bessie Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Moving on to item 1D, appointment of town council persons to boards, commissions, and subcommittees. We've obviously got a big list to go through, and and replacing Adrian and Lars, and with a full council spreading it around a little bit better so no one feels overwhelmed. And I'll just start right from the top of the list to see if people are happy with where they're serving, if they want to continue it or they want to get off it and try something different. So the first one on the list is the Block 23 Housing Corporation officers. We currently have Geneva and Jesse Ray. And so the first thing I'd like to ask, are you happy there? Would you continue?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, that's great. There is a third position, secretary and treasurer. That was Adrian Christie's. Is there anyone who has a strong feeling of being on that committee and would like to do it?
I'm interested in that committee.
Okay,
And Teddy, since it's day one, do you mind, like maybe Kevin could give us a quick rundown of what Block 23 housing is for, just for new members and
absolutely.
we get a little refresher?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Kevin Geiger, Town Attorney. I'll talk briefly about Block 23 Housing Corporation. This entity, set up as a Colorado nonprofit corporation, was established over 20 years ago to help the town facilitate the construction mainly of affordable housing in the town of Telluride. There are a variety of limitations under Colorado law, particularly under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, also known as TABOR, that was enacted in 1992, that relate to indebtedness by a governmental entity. Typically, when we're doing housing projects, we have to look at instruments of financing to facilitate the construction. And there are a number of limitations under TABOR that can be an obstacle requiring a vote of the electorate in order to enter into a multi-year fiscal obligation or debt. Block 23 has the ability as a nonprofit corporation to utilize additional financing techniques that are not available to the town of Telluride under the TABOR restrictions that we've just talked about. So it's become a very effective vehicle to move forward in a rather fast, efficient way with construction financing for a variety of town projects. Generally, Block 23 is used for the construction of for sale affordable housing. Anything rental, generally that's been going under Telluride Housing Authority, THA. We'll talk a little bit about what THA is, I'm sure, as part of this meeting as well. Separate governmental entity, THA, Town of Telluride, governmental entity, Block 23, nonprofit corporation. So just try to keep those things in your head, governmental entities versus nonprofit corporations. My recollection, I think this is on an agenda for today, what you were just talking about, the elected officials, you'll need to do that when you convene Block 23 as that nonprofit corporation. So don't take action on that now. You can certainly have the discussion that you just did and also discuss who might want to fill those roles. But that action actually needs to take place when Block 23 is convened. It'll be a separate meeting. It'll be pretty seamless. We'll just close the one, adjourn the one, open the other, and then adjourn Block 23. The other thing I'll mention on Block 23 is for those appointed positions, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, generally speaking, we at times might need documents signed rather quickly. We haven't had some in a while, but when we've had a Block 23 transaction or project that has been sold through through lottery and then to the to owners, we have closings that occur very quickly and the timings can be rather random. We might have a closing on a Tuesday and then another closing on a Thursday. But when we have that, we need those individuals, all those elected officials, to be available rather quickly. So if anyone has timing constraints or a lot of travel, that's something to consider about whether you would want to be an officer on Block 23, because there will be times when we might have to call you and say, hey, we have a closing coming up on Tuesday next week, and we need something to be signed at the title company. So that's something to consider for Block 23. I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have on Block 23 right now.
Okay, great. And Geneva as president, I'm sure you're okay with that. And then Kevin, do we also wait on the Housing Authority to discuss that during that meeting today as well?
We've got that listed as a separate meeting and we'll have separate election of officers for that as well, as my recollection.
Okay, great. So we'll just skip that one when we come to it. Great, thanks. And if you see anything, feel free to just chime in.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And then we'll discuss the secretary and treasurer position and wait till that meeting to call to order to figure out who wants to step in and do that. So moving right along, to the next board and commission is the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events. That was held by Adrian. So there is an opening there, and happy to discuss who might have an interest in that and go from there.
I've been serving on case for about 4 years now. I like the commission. I'm also like, if somebody else is curious about that or wants to be on that, I support them, but I feel like I know that that group pretty well, and I'd be happy to be the council liaison because I'm stepping down from my regular seat. So but if anyone else is interested, like, I don't know if it would benefit the board to have someone new. It's also currently all women, so that's like something to consider as well.
Can I just jump in there? I think like as we go through this list, I think keeping a good look at what diversity looks like on these boards and commissions is really important. I think that to me has felt a little problematic with a couple of our commissions, that they are all one gender or all one particular subset of a thought process. And I think if we can create diversity in that leadership, I think that that's going to benefit the community as a whole, for what it's worth.
I hear and support that, agree completely, but also we have limited resources at our disposal in this circumstance, so.
Dan, do you want to be on case?
Especially not particularly since it also, I plan to still stay on the Housing Authority Subcommittee, and those also meet first Wednesday during the day, and that tends to eat up a lot of my work week in the middle right there. So if needed, I will serve, but I would be more than happy to allow Elena to continue to serve on case personally.
And certainly we have that same lack of diversity on the Parks and Rec Commission. So I'm very sympathetic towards that. And as long as we can strive in the future to try to make things more diverse, I'm happy with that. And think there's also a significant amount of value for consistency for someone who knows that commission very well. So if Elena has kindly offered to do that, I'm good with it, unless anyone has any objections and wants to really go through some diversity. All right, perfect. Moving right along. We will go to the Ethics Commission. And again, if anyone wants to get a quick synopsis of the commissions and what they do, as Geneva suggested when we talked about Block 23, we certainly can have Kevin give us a quick overview, or Tiffany. But for the Ethics Commission, we have Jesse Ray was in the regular seat and Mian was the alternate. And so
I'm fine staying on it.
I'm fine staying on it.
Yeah.
I'd also just like to mention that I have a degree in philosophy and enjoy ethics. If
I've-
anybody doesn't want to do it.
I've been on it for 6 years. We have never met.
Never met?
Never.
Maybe we should meet.
I've been the chair for like
Yeah.
4 years. Yeah, it's
Which I think is a good thing.
yeah.
Kevin, do you want to give the?
What is it supposed to be doing?
Yeah. Okay, so the Ethics Commission is set up under the town ordinances and also authorized by the Home Rule Charter. And it only meets when it is called to meet on generally a complaint, when a complaint has been filed by any number of individuals who are authorized to file a complaint, which could include the town manager, town attorney, any elected official, any elector of the town of Telluride. So anyone in the town who's a registered voter, registered elector can file an ethics complaint, and that would then bring a complaint to the Ethics Commission. The Ethics Commission is then charged with investigating that complaint, reviewing evidence that might be submitted on that issue. It's all spelled out in the Ethics Code, which you'll find in Title II of our municipal code. I'll just leave it at you to take a look at that. And we're going to have a training, by the way, I think on December 7th, and I'll talk in a lot more detail about the ethics code, what it requires, what a conflict of interest is, what proximity concerns are, what financial interest is, personal interest, things like that. Suffice it to say, the town of Telluride for at least 30 years has had a very strong ethics code, one that goes above and beyond what Colorado law would require as a base. Colorado law basically says if you have a direct financial interest in a proceeding before a governmental agency, then you have a conflict of interest. The Telluride Ethics Code goes well beyond that and does trigger either recusal or disclosure in a variety of other situations that are much broader than what are required under state law. We'll have a training on that.
Okay.
So the Ethics Commission, though, is this entity that, again, only meets if it's called to meet. It's a very important commission. There are rotating seats as well. So Hark and P&Z rotate, and also Case and Open Space rotate. And then you have the council seat as well, which is the one that Jesse Ray occupies right now, and the one that you'll be deciding today.
Okay.
Is that enough information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin.
Very
Okay.
demanding, very.
So we're all set on ethics. We'll go down to Open Space Commission. The regular seat was Jesse Ray and the alternate was Dan. So any thoughts from either of you on that?
Happy to stay as alternate.
I love this commission. Yeah, I want to stay on it.
Okay, great. So, and unless anyone has objection, we'll keep that the same and roll down to the Public Art Commission. We have to replace both Lars and Adrian on this one. I'm happy to sit on this one. If someone wants to join me, I'm happy being the alternate or not.
This was one that I was interested in as well. They put together the Public Art Commission because of the process of getting the mural next to, I used to own a business next to the mural on Main Street. So I feel like I was involved in a lot of those conversations and in even the need for the Public Art Commission. So I would definitely be interested in serving on that, but I also, I have a list of ones that I'm interested in, so I'm happy to like not take all of them, but I definitely feel like this was one where I felt like I had some background as to why we needed it and what it does. And I also, I love art, public art. So there's a personal interest there too.
Okay. I'm fine if you want to sit on it. I'm happy to be the alternate. Unless anyone really wants to be involved with that.
Good with me.
Okay, we will handle public art that way with Elena as the appointment and myself as the alternate. Moving right along, we will go to the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority. We're lucky enough to still have Scott, so he's stuck on that. And then we need to replace Adrian Christie as the council appointment.
I'd be interested to be on this board. Kind of goes in line with what I've been involved in, and I was very happy to have Adrian on it since she lives in deed restricted housing and brought a really good perspective there. But yeah, don't need to make a big speech, but I'd love to do it unless anybody else wants to do it.
I think Geneva's the perfect fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor, I can give council just a very quick background on, I guess, my role on this one. Obviously, staff doesn't show up on many of these, but with SMRHA, both the county manager and myself serve as the supervisor, if you will, of the executive director of SMRHA, Courtney McElhaney. So she reports up to Mike Bordonia and myself. And then we have a board that obviously is representative of the county, the town, and then we have an at-large member as well on that. So that's just a quick background on SMRHA.
Okay. Awesome. So great. Geneva, thank you very much for stepping up to that. We will move on to a new appointment for the Telluride Historical Museum Board and replace Adrian. That's another board I wouldn't mind sitting on, but also happy to hear from anyone else who might have a strong interest for that.
I'd be happy to serve on that board as well.
Okay.
And that the The museum's an interesting one in that that is actually a town-owned asset run by a nonprofit. So it's we like to keep some representation on there, but it's also just a really interesting and important board.
Right, yeah, the museum's great. Ashley, if you want to sit on it, I'm totally, that's fine with me.
I'll take it.
And then Kevin, we're gonna skip the next two, correct?
We'll skip the next two, correct? Telluride Housing Authority, and then the subcommittee, we'll talk about the subcommittee as well under THA, I believe.
Okay, great. Next, on the agenda for commission appointments is the Telluride Regional Airport Authority. That was held by Lars and so is open. That's another one that I'd be happy to sit on unless somebody really wants it. Okay, then I'll replace Lars and do that. And then last on the commission appointments for voting is the Telluride Tourism Board of Directors. That was previously held by Mian. And Mian, how do you feel about that?
I would like to stay on that.
Okay, I'm good with that unless anyone has any further comment. And then we will move on to the non-voting elected official board and commission assignments. We have the Ecology Commission, which is and Enright is liaison and Jesse Ray is the alternate. How do you both feel about that?
Well, I had taken that one over when Delaney stepped down. I can continue to serve on it, but I also don't want to hog necessarily all of them. So that one would be one I'm fine to let go if someone else has interest. If there is no other interest, I'm happy to keep.
Same.
Okay. Does anybody want to step up and serve on the Ecology Commission or leave it be?
Happy to keep it, just fine.
Okay, we'll keep that one. We'll keep that the same then and keep moving along. We have Hark up next. Jesse Ray is liaison and Lars was the alternate.
Me. Oh, Lars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, really? Lars is the alternate?
I'm happy to give this one up.
This was one that I had some interest in.
It's yours.
So do they switch every other meeting because
Yeah,
they're pretty brutally long, but
I know that's my hesitation, but I find the content really interesting.
that's what I
So,
think.
yeah.
It's definitely a learning experience. And
Yeah.
I like where the conversation goes, and I've learned quite a bit about architecture, which is pretty cool. But it is hard with like a 12-year-old at home from 5:30 till like sometimes 10 o'clock at night. So I would be happy to like
Yeah, I
co-chair
just have a
with you.
cat, so.
You said the cat?
Yeah, probably better. My life is a little more flexible.
Yeah, I'm if you want to take it, that would be great. If you want to
Yeah,
co-chair it.
I mean, I applied to be on Hark just as a citizen. So I've been interested in this board for a while. And one of the other things that interested me about it is I thought it was a good one to pair with the Public Art Commission, because I feel like there's a lot of conversation around like the aesthetic of the town and you know what that means, and having kind of a voice carry over from
Yeah.
both of those boards, I think could be helpful. I also my dad was an art historian and I grew up visiting a lot of art and architecture. And so I feel like I have a little bit of a head start in terms of like just as a hobby, but I would love to be on this
It's
one.
all yours.
Okay. I was like ready to argue my point.
Are you good being the alternate and helping around?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm happy to be the liaison, and then if you want to take the alternate that way, unless if you ever want to be more involved, let me know, but yeah.
Okay, awesome. Next on the list is Parks and Recreation Commission. We have to replace the liaison and the alternate. I'm a long-serving member of that commission, and like Elena for Case, I think I would bring a lot of good experience and reference for that. So I'd like to be the liaison unless someone else is dying to do it.
I'd be happy to be the alternate.
Okay.
I feel like this is like I'm sorry, this is another commission where I feel like we have such a singularity of perspective that maybe flip-flopping, maybe if Ashley was the liaison and you were the alternate, that would make sense because you'd have that continuity of experience. But I struggle having a board of
All men.
all white men.
Yeah, and it's diversity is definitely an issue for us, that we need to keep, you know.
I'm happy to step in and do liaison, and you and I can discuss, and then if you've got, knowledge or background on stuff, obviously I'm happy to communicate with that.
Yeah, I'd still like to be the liaison. I think I can work with the chair and, especially with the position that's available to get diversity on that board ASAP. I had some diversity lined up for the last appointment and she applied about 6 hours too late. So I'm very sensitive to that. I know that, and I don't know if this is, goes against diversity or whatever, but there's certainly some people along that commission that requested I stay as the liaison. So I would prefer to keep it.
It's also not to say you should or shouldn't, but anybody who wants to can attend these meetings. It's not a vote. You're not a voting member like you were before. So it's more like bringing town council's perspective to Parks and Rec versus your own. I just know it's a little different on these liaison positions than the ones in the upper half of the sheet that we just went through. So whatever that contributes to.
Yeah, you're not necessarily like a deciding member of those commissions anymore. You simply are telling the commission what town council's perspective is. It's not really your perspective. You're only speaking as to like what the council wants the commission to be.
Are you acting as
And
a
bringing it back to us.
Just being because I think I don't know. The last thing I'll say about it, I think, diversity is something that we've set as a goal, not tokenism, not like getting one person on it. I think it's having multiple people that represent different perspectives. And that's kind of my last point.
Yeah, Ashley, you would be the only female board member, wouldn't you? Yeah,
Like Adrian.
like Adrian was.
Adrian was, yep. That's fine with me. We'll do Ashley and then I'll be the alternate. Next one is the Planning and Zoning Commission. Dan is liaison, Adrian was the alternate. Dan, how do you feel about that?
Very much would like to keep it. I served as planning and zoning member prior to my time on council and have served as the liaison for the last several years. Would like to keep that position.
Okay, anybody have any further discussion on that or a desire to be the alternate? I'm happy to be the alternate there. So we will do that and then we will move on, unless there's any further discussion, to town council committee and task force assignments. The first one is the franchise renewal negotiation subcommittee that is currently me in, so I'll let you chat about that. And Kevin, if you want to give everyone a quick overview on that one, so people have a little bit of an idea of what that entails.
Yes, so we have, it's 3 different franchise agreements. Principally think of public utilities or utilities that are offered to town residents. So gas, natural gas, electrical, and cable. And under both Colorado law and our home rule charter, we can enter into what are called franchise agreements. And that basically is an agreement with one of those entities for, you can think of it as a possessory right, not an ownership right, but the ability of a utility to locate certain infrastructure within town rights of way or on town property in return for a variety of contractual obligations and concessions. The most important concession, generally speaking, is the 5% franchise fee that we do apply to both gas, electric, and cable. Those franchise agreements typically run for a 10-year period of time. That's what our charter limits it to, but typically we have approved those as 10-year periods. I think the next one coming up, we're in pretty good shape right now. I don't think we have a renewal. I don't think we have a renewal for the next 3 to 5 years, is my recollection on this. So we probably wouldn't have a lot of meetings. We had a number in a row because they were, for whatever reason and how the timing worked, a number of the renewals came up within a fairly short window, within a 2 to 3 year period of time. But I don't believe we have a renewal coming up in the near term.
Okay.
So it probably will, at least at this point in time, will not be a major time commitment. But when that does come up for renewal, It is a fairly intense process where we're meeting with those different entities, negotiating issues that have come up in the last 10 years, things that we want to refine through the franchise agreement. There may be substantive provisions under Colorado law that may have changed in that interim period of time, and we might need to adjust the agreement in relation to those changes. So it is fairly intense when it comes up, but it only comes up usually every 10 years.
Okay, thanks for that. Mian, any further thoughts on that one?
Nope, I mean, Kevin kind of summed it up nicely. I think but I thought we were going into. I can't
So-
remember if it's that or if it's resources.
That's what I can't remember either, because Karen reached out and asked.
Right, it's resources, okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah, that,
I blend them together a little bit.
You mean-
Yeah. Resource recovery is going
Yeah.
into.
Sorry.
no, that's, yeah, and that's
conservation.
different. That's not a franchise, that's a contract.
Exactly.
I think the next one that's coming up is, so Sampa, I think was 2021. Cable was right before that, maybe 2019. So I think your next one is probably natural gas. and I think that was 2015. So probably 2 years, 3 years from now.
So Mian, you're good with that?
Yeah.
Yes, Tiffany, that's
I
great.
just want to say, on the list where there's an NA, that's a slot that does have to be filled. That was previously filled by Delaney.
Okay.
And we didn't fill those because we didn't think we needed these task forces in the next year, but we would like appointments to those that say NA as well.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. I'll jump in on this one as well, with Mian then, unless anyone is dying to be part of the franchise renewal negotiation subcommittee.
It's exciting,
It's
guys.
tempting. They're like
Um,
900-page long documents too.
Fun reading.
Okay, and then we'll move on to legal publishing subcommittee. It's Jesse, Ray and Geneva. Kevin, you want to give a quick overview on that?
I can, or I can defer to Tiffany, but generally speaking, every 2 years, we have to renegotiate an agreement with our local newspaper. Right now, there's generally speaking only one that's publishing actively in the community. It's what they call a newspaper of record, and that contract needs to be negotiated and then executed every other year.
Okay.
So this entity gets together and looks at the state of that contract, looks to see if there are any alternatives. Right now, again, we've only had one. There was a time when we had two competing publications, and this actually could be an issue. And sometimes they would vie for that contract to publish the legal notices that you see right now in the Daily Planet. Tiffany, did I handle that?
Yeah, and we haven't met in years because there is just the one newspaper. But we have thought if we should keep this just in case another publication gets going, but we have been able just to extend those agreements with the Daily Planet. And I think maybe we had one meeting, but it was very short in the past, maybe 3-4 years.
What would happen to the legal noticing if the Daily Planet stopped printing papers?
So right now, Colorado law actually allows a lot of things to be published on your website through the internet. But there are certain things that are required to be published in a newspaper of record. It would probably then, if the Daily Planet went away, then we would look at what the next newspaper of record in the region would be. It might be the Montrose Daily Press, which does publish and distribute up into this area. Uray has a newspaper as well. I don't think its circulation generally is well received in the San Miguel County region as opposed to Uray. Montrose Daily Press, I think, is a little more regional. And then you have the Durango Herald and the Cortez Journal, but I think those are probably even further removed. We would have to really
We'll cross
look
it.
at
We'll,
this.
Curious and
we'll,
anything.
we'll cross that bridge when we
Yeah.
get to it.
It would be a conundrum.
Jesse, Ray and Geneva, you good with staying on it? Yeah. Okay, judicial subcommittee, which was Geneva and Kevin.
I can provide an overview of that too, Mr. Mayor, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's good background for us newbies for sure. And we've got a little bit of time if I can move somewhat quickly.
Sure.
But yeah.
Okay, so just a reminder, 3 direct reports to town council, town manager, town attorney, municipal judge. Municipal judge under the charter has to be an attorney that's licensed to practice law in the state of Colorado. And that appointment is made directly by the town council. So the judicial committee, the judicial subcommittee is the group that kind of gets together in the early stages of that appointment and makes a recommendation, usually following direct interviews with candidates who have made the application to be the municipal court judge. And then that appointment is made by the full town council. Right now, Judge Ross, Suzanne Ross, is our municipal court judge and has been for probably close to 10 years. I think we've been very happy with her appointment and her position in the community. You may know Judge Ross also was previously county court judge, also had responsibilities as an assistant district attorney in the district, 7th Judicial District as well. So a lot of judicial experience with Judge Ross. I don't believe that we would have an imminent change here. But every 2 years, I believe it's every 2 years, it's up for reappointment. And we probably are getting close to that, I think, in another year. I think we took action last January. Yeah. So another year from now.
Is there any circumstance where Geneva, you might have to recuse yourself due to some work conflict, specifically in regards to marijuana licensing? for
I
this?
haven't worked in that industry in a long time, but I do work for a liquor license.
Yep.
As, you know.
I mean, it's an edge case that I'm not particularly concerned about, but just,
Yeah, no, I think the marijuana licensing thing is fine, and Kevin and I hired our last authority hearing officer for that, but
just.
I
asking
enjoy
to
that. I like
play it up.
interviewing the judges. It's cool.
You want to stay on it then?
Sure.
Okay, unless there's any further discussion on that, we will keep rolling. We have next the traffic calming task force where we have to replace both Lars and Adrian. I'm certainly willing to do that if someone wants to join in.
Can somebody explain that to me? I don't know what that is.
I mean, yeah,
Are we calming the traffic? What
Well,
are we doing?
yeah. You get an orange
Yeah,
vest.
yeah, it needs to.
It's not
start.
safety patrol, but I'm gonna let Scott,
Scott Robson here. It's not been a committee that has met in recent memory, honestly, but we do have a traffic and parking master plan, for example, an RFP out on that particular issue. There are a lot of transportation and parking related issues, no doubt coming up that we'll be working on in 2024. So I do see the need to pull that committee or some form of that together. I think maybe the first meeting of that committee could be one where we discuss what the committee's role is and where we could best use some insight and expertise. But it's one that just hasn't met for quite some time.
Great. I'll still do it. Sounds good to me.
I'd be happy to join that too.
All right, perfect. Unless
Parking in
anyone,
cars.
again,
Yeah.
wants to get an orange vest and direct traffic, we'll go with that.
That's right.
Next on the item is resource recovery subcommittee. Me and that was you, and then we have to appoint a second person on that. So any thoughts that you have?
Nope, I'm good to stay on it, and we just need another person.
Okay. Is anyone dying to be on that?
I'm not dying to, but I would do it. I think it sounds interesting.
We could-
What
Yeah,
exactly
let's give a little background on that one. And Zoe Denal, our
Go ahead.
deputy town manager, can provide that best.
So our resource recovery is a fancy way to say trash, recycling and compost. And that committee gets together to look at our contract that we have. It is part of our code to require recycling and trash. So we do have a designated hauler to do so. That contract is expiring. So this committee is going to be useful. It's expiring this year. So we'll need a new one for 2024. So we're going to start meeting shortly. And it is really exciting because resource recovery is really important for obviously our climate action goals. And we actually have partners who are really serious in moving the direction of curbside compost and things along those lines. So it's a very exciting time in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the possibility of starting a composting program is the thing that makes me want to be on this.
Come on board.
committee.
All right, then we'll let you jump on board and
Well,
then we'll move on to the vending subcommittee. We have Jesse Ray as the chair and Adrian needs to be replaced as well. And So Jesse, I don't know your thoughts about that. And basically it's controlling the, the permits for carts and things of that nature. And
Yep, we have, winter and summer vending spots throughout town. Significant more during the summer, and we approve applications with the help of Tiffany and her department. I think we probably end up meeting 6 times a year, 4 to 6, probably, right?
I think this year it's been 3 times. It depends in the winter if we have a special meeting, but always there's a big summer meeting, usually right around the end of March before off season. And that meeting has lasted as long as 3 to 4 hours. Sometimes it's really long. And then the winter one, we usually only have 1 or 2 applicants. So that one's usually pretty short, but I'd say minimum twice a year and then more if needed, because we continue to accept late applications for winter vending and then do special meetings, but.
I'm happy to stay on it. Nobody else is interested, and we need to replace Adrian. We're the only 2 voting members besides. You're the only 2 voting members.
Lee Shay from
Lee Shay.
PNC. There's a PNC appointment.
That's right.
It's Lee Shay, right?
okay. I'm happy to jump on that one with you.
Perfect.
Great. Moving right along, we go to town council committee assignments, in the county, regional and other. We have the Colorado Association of Ski Towns. Scott, you want to chat a little bit about that? Give
You
some
bet.
background?
Yeah, you bet. We do typically have the mayor on as the voting member of CAST, or Colorado Association of Ski Towns. There's not too many opportunities in the course of the year where towns would be taking a vote on anything, but from time to time, let's just from time to time, CAST will take positions on various might be housing initiatives or property tax initiatives, whatever it might be at, say, this typically at the state level, where CAST members would ask to vote to go ahead and push forward a letter lobbying a certain issue. So other than that, really, we just we get together at CAST as often as possible with staff and as many council who would like to go. And again, the mayor, from this standpoint, just serves as that voting member when we have a position paper that CAST wants to push forward.
Okay. So does that mean it's mayor automatically for that one?
Yeah, it would be. It would be mayor automatically, and your alternate is almost across the board, your town manager.
Okay.
And CAST.
Great. Then we'll keep rolling. Gunnison Valley Transportation Planning Region. And I don't know, Scott, you want to give background on that, or Jesse Ray, since you were on it, just to.
Yeah, that is one that I think we're obliged to have representation on. It is not a group that gets together too often, but it is, when we talk about collaboration or issues with CDOT, regional transportation planning efforts, this would be the body in which Telluride would be represented. And again, I wouldn't be able to name all the organizations represented, but it's regional in nature and regional transportation focused.
Okay, great. Jesse Ray, are you good staying on that? And
I am, unless somebody else wants it.
we'll keep you on it. Next we'll go to Region 10. There's me and Jesse Ray.
Yeah, Region 10, step in here, Kevin, if I'm off on this one, but really that is the body that is able to facilitate federal funds coming into our community on a range of different issues, basically. And it's again, regional planning and liaison for federal dollars, whether it be transportation, typically housing related funds and things like that are coming through Department of Local Affairs, not so much Region 10, but they sit down with us and talk a couple times a year around what our infrastructure needs are and really help us kind of guide us towards federal dollars that would help with infrastructure.
Me and Jesse Ray, your thoughts on that?
I like Region 10.
Okay. Okay. We'll keep that the same. Pandemic and emergency preparedness and response, that was Lars. I'm happy to do that and replace Lars. Then we go to Echo Action Partners, and that's Dan. Would you like to stay on that?
I can stay on that. no
Okay.
problem.
Does anyone want to be an alternate for that?
I could be the alternate for Eco Action Partners.
Okay, fantastic. Moving right along, Colorado Flights Alliance. That was me. Are you happy there? And-
I am, yes.
Okay, great. And again, if anyone wants to chime in, please feel free to do so, but I'll try to keep rolling as I'm getting a little behind, unfortunately. Watershed Coalition, Jesse Ray.
I'm happy on this one.
Okay. We will leave that the same then. The Sneffels Energy Board, that's currently Dan. We need to assign an alternate to that. Dan, any thoughts?
It does have a lot of overlap with SMPA, with Eco Action Partners, and with other regional energy efforts in our climate action goals. So perhaps Ashley, if you'd like to get on board with that, because it does have a lot of overlap both with Eco Action.
That's fine.
Okay, so does that mean Dan, you'll stay on and Ashley, you'll be the alternate? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Wildlife Protection Planning. Wildfire, sorry. That was Lars, so we'll have to replace Lars.
I'm happy to do that with my tight ties to the fire department.
Okay. That's great. Unless anyone else wants to chime in. We have a gondola subcommittee. We have to replace Lars, and we have Mian on it. Mian, what are your thoughts on continuing on that?
I definitely want to stay on that. I think the other component to it is I would like to see whoever is representing or replacing Lars also replace Adrian on SMART because of the just the restructuring that's been going on currently.
Okay.
I'd be happy to do both of those spots on the gondola and SMART for Adrian, and then for Lars on gondola subcommittee, and then Adrian on SMART.
And I can give just a little background on the gondola subcommittee, just so everyone's clear on structure, because it's a little bit of a complicated structure on all things gondola planning. We basically have three groups that meet regularly. You have your gondola managers group, which are all the town managers, county manager, and some staff from Telski and TMVOA, kind of at the manager level. We then have the gondola subcommittee, who again, two from each jurisdiction, more or less, that really helps craft some of the thought process and agendas that go up to the leadership committee. And the leadership committee is basically all elected officials. All of you, all 7 of you, are on the gondola leadership committee by default. And really, same goes. Well, I shouldn't say the same. We've got a basically split membership to represent Mountain Village, split between TMVOA and Mountain Village Council, make up their 7 votes, if you will. So you will all have a voice, if you will, around the table at the leadership council for gondola. The gondola subcommittee that we're talking about here is really just a little bit more in the weeds, talking with the managers, setting up, again, agendas and kind of working through the nuances so we're ready for leadership committee meetings.
Stoked to have some strong negotiators in those roles, because we have a lot of negotiations coming up.
Thanks for that, Scott. Ashley, still good
Yeah,
with it?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Colorado Communities for Climate Action, that was Dan.
Happy to keep it. They are very good at scheduling meetings exactly when we have other meetings here. Haven't always been able to attend them because of some of those conflicts. Yeah, I can keep it. I can let it go. This one, fine either way.
Okay. Does anyone have strong thoughts about that? We'll keep Dan on that one. SMART, we've replaced Adrian. I'm happy to be the alternate on that. Unless there's someone else who wants to be that alternate. Up to Mountain Pact. And Mian, what are your thoughts on that?
I like it.
Okay. Club 20 is Mian and Jesse Ray. Again, you guys, any thoughts on Club 20? I'm not familiar with that too much, but
The Club 20 is, kind of regional in nature. It is typically your Western Slope counties and town representation. It's, they talk around regional issues, much like CAST, although sometimes different politics than CAST, lobby around key issues that are important to municipalities and counties. And but it is a little more Western Slope focused, I'd say. But I think it's been useful and important for Telluride to be around that table with some of the big Western Slope counties, for example, on key issues at the state level.
how often does it meet?
Quarterly.
Quarterly at best, I would say.
Mian and Jesse Ray, your thoughts on that?
I don't care either way.
I can certainly be the alternate or be on Club 20. Doesn't.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, any of those that have been involved in the past, typically will have, there will be mayors or county commissioners around those tables.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think that, and I think especially if
Delaney, I
you
know,
are
played that.
sitting on, with CAST as well, being able to speak specifically to what's going on in the ski towns versus what's going on regionally as well.
It's
you remember-
pretty legislative
I'm like-
heavy,
I'm like-
so it is recommended to have mayor.
I think I was the alternate. And then I
Yeah.
stepped up.
Yep, I
It's
think
like-
it's usually
Yes.
mayor pro
So,
tem
like,
because it
Teddy would be
is.
The representative, and then I would be the alternate.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Great. We'll do that then. Then climate mayors. I assume that's self-explanatory.
Yes, that's a little DC based to some degree. It's national in nature, and that really obviously will be the mayor, but they talk around key climate issues for small towns, big cities, have some gatherings in DC and around the country
That's right.
each year.
Great. And then Latinx Affairs Committee, that was Geneva.
Yeah, so we were just discussing, when I got here, I'm not sure if that has gotten folded into CAFE. They used to meet separately, but we haven't had a LAC meeting in quite a while.
I feel like it is one now.
It has been
yeah.
combined. Cool. So unless we hear from those folks that's gonna be back, we can cross that off the boards and commissions list.
Okay.
And I think it might be nice to have two representatives to CAFE as well, because I think that group, now that it's under the foundation, is
Great.
yeah, they're doing more. And I think that having more representation would be great.
Do you two want to be the members on CAFE?
I have enjoyed it, but I think that would be a great opportunity for you too, if you want
I
to
would
do some of the
love,
outreach stuff.
I would love to do that.
Great.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
And you want to,
Yep, and I'll stay on it.
okay. Perfect. We are through with appointments. And we can move on. I need a motion to move to sit as Telluride Housing Authority, so we can jump into item number 2 on the agenda.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, all in favor?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Oh, me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Okay, we will hand this over to Geneva.
Sweet. We are now convened as a Telluride Housing Authority for our regular meeting Tuesday, November 28th, 2023. It is 10:08 a.m. or right? 11. All sitting members of town council as well as the mayor. And item 1, we have approval of minutes from our June 13th, 2023 minutes. Does anybody have any feedback about those minutes? And if not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second,
We have a motion from me and second from Jesse Ray. How do you vote?
Me and yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number two, new business. election of officers. So currently, I'm the sitting chair, I guess it's called in this. Yeah, chair. And, Adrian was the vice chair, with Dan as secretary treasurer. So Dan, would you like to move up to vice chair?
Yeah, happy to do that.
And does anybody else, would anybody else like on this as a third member on this as secretary?
I would be interested in joining this board.
Cool. And just a reminder, we are all the Telluride Housing Authority Council Commission. All 7 of us. Sweet. Do we need to vote? So do we need to make a motion for that?
So there is a resolution in the packet. We also need to appoint an alternate member and specify that the secretary will be the regular member.
Isn't that for the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee?
So the chair, the co-chair, and the secretary all constitute the executive board.
Okay.
And then the subcommittee will be constituted of that executive board plus the regular member.
Got it. Okay. Well, then I would entertain a motion to appoint Elena as the secretary treasurer.
I would move to appoint Ellen Levin as secretary treasurer of the Telluride Housing Authority.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. How do you vote?
Dan, yes?
And yes.
Jesse, yes.
Should I vote for myself?
Yeah.
Oh, Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
All right, great. Motion passes unanimously. So we've elected our new officers. We're gonna now recess the Telluride Housing Authority until,
We
Sorry,
have to
could you
do,
also take action on keeping you as chair and then moving Dan to vice chair?
oh, I see. Okay. Well, then I would entertain, before we recess, I'll entertain a motion. Can we do that all in one motion?
Yeah, and then there is a separate action item to actually approve the resolution, so we'll need you to do that as well.
I move to approve the resolutions of the Telluride Housing Authority certifying the election of the
Wait.
officers and designating members of the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee, including the nomination of Danny Enright to Vice President of the Telluride Housing Authority.
So we do
Does that
still
work?
need an alternate member.
Okay.
All right, this is confusing.
So there's a resolution in the packet, and in that
Okay.
resolution, that's where we'll take action for everyone under one item in that resolution. So that's where we will appoint the chair, the co-chair, the secretary, who will also serve as the regular member, and then the alternate. So we need to talk about those 4 positions. You've talked about 3 of the 4.
because I sit currently as the alternate for THA. And so we need to replace or keep that position
Mhm.
as well as moving Dan up and then having Elena.
Sounds like if you feel good, if you want to make the motion for that resolution.
Yes. Hold on.
So Mian will be the alternate, is that correct?
I think we want to make Elena the alternate.
No, I'm the
He's the
secretary.
secretary.
And that's already been approved. We voted on that already.
I'll just,
Did you say that there was, or did you put a sample in here?
So the resolution is in the packet and there's blanks for the names. Mhm.
So I'm not,
That's right. It's-
Should be on page 20 and 21 of your packet materials.
Right.
good in here.
It's also page 5 of the THA packet materials.
I move,
Well, we
oh, sorry,
still need an alternate. So do you want to discuss who wants to be the alternate?
does anyone else want to be the alternate?
More than happy to keep me in, keep you.
Yes, then I'm. the alternate. Okay. So,
Do we need to make a motion for that? Ally, or-
So there is a motion for the resolution in the packet at the end of the memo. So this is page 4.
Okay,
I think you just need to be clear on the motion could be to approve the resolution consistent with the prior appointment. But the prior appointment didn't take action on an alternate, so all you need to do is clarify that the alternate would continue to be Ms. V.
I can
Correct,
read this.
Ally?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Should I just read it?
Sure.
Okay, I move, perfect. I move to approve a resolution of the Telluride Housing Authority certifying the election of officers and designating members of the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee, such as Geneva Shawnette shall be the chair. Dan Enright shall be co-chair. Ellen Levin will be secretary. And me and Fee will be the alternate member, and that the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee may exercise all of the authority of the Telluride Housing Authority pursuant to CRS 29-4-209-1, 2, and 3 and the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines.
Second with, can I offer a friendly amendment, changing co-chair, the language of co-chair to vice chair?
Accepted.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with a friendly amendment that was okayed by the original motion maker. Legal team, are we good to vote on this motion now?
You're good.
Thanks for your patience. Sorry for the confusion.
It is confusing. sorry.
Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Jesse?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Donna?
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Now we will take a recess as the Telluride Housing Authority and break for lunch and come back to discuss the next issue. When we get back. And we will, do I need to do a motion to convene? As-
You can just say by unanimous consent, as long as no one objects, you can do it that way.
Okay, by unanimous consent, we are going to convene as the Block 23 Housing Corporation for our annual meeting of the Board of Directors, Tuesday, November 28th, 2023 at 11:16 a.m. We are here at Rebecca Hall. We are our call to order. Already did that. Roll call, everyone from town council and the mayor are here. And number one, we have the approval of minutes for our meeting of November 15th, 2022. Does anybody have any comments on the meeting minutes?
I move to approve the minutes as presented for the November 15th, 2022 meeting for Block 23 Housing Corporation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. How do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Mian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 2, business items. A, election of officers. Currently, we have myself and Jesse Ray and Adrian as president, vice president, and secretary treasurer, but we need to, I'm happy to stay as president. Jesse, do you want to stay as well?
Yeah.
And then
You were gonna
we need
be
to replace
secretary, right?
Adrian.
Are we talking about Block 23 right now?
Yep.
Yeah, I would like to join that if no one else wants to.
Great. So I would entertain a motion to appoint Elena as the secretary treasurer of the Block 23 Housing Corporation.
Second.
Should we just do it all on a single?
You can do it as part of the resolution, I
Mhm.
think is how.
Oh,
There's one
okay.
Yeah, maybe with.
I
maybe
just thought
take a
since it
look at
was
that.
A, B, you wanted us to do it separately, but yeah, I would entertain a motion dealing with all of it if you like.
And that can be found on page 56 of your town council packet materials, just to help you.
I move to approve a resolution of the Block 23 Housing Corporation declaring Geneva Shawnette as secretary or as chair.
President. President.
President, excuse me. Thank you, Tiffany. Excuse me, I rescind my previous motion. I'll start again. I move to approve a resolution of the Block 23 Housing Corporation declaring Geneva Shawnette president, Jesse Ray as vice president, and Ellen Levin as secretary treasurer, and retaining the chief executive officer and retaining authorized signers of the corporation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is that motion okay?
Yes.
Great. We will now vote on that.
Dan, yes?
Mian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. We will now close the Block 23 Housing Corporation and Venus Town Council unless there's any opposition to that.
Great. Thank you.
Back to you, Teddy.
Thank you very much. Item number 4, Kevin, Tiffany, do I need a motion to resit as town council?
Let's see, what did we, I'm trying to look back at the action we took. We didn't adjourn, we just,
Block 23 adjourned by unanimous consent. Did you?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
We typically have a motion to sit as council again.
Okay, great. Do we have a motion to sit as town council?
So
per item
moved.
4? Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Jesse Ray, yes?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes?
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Teddy, yes, passes unanimously to return to town council. And then it's 11:20 a.m. Do we typically break early, move on? What?
We could do the consent calendar, we could do some staff reports or
Some admin
council reports
Then,
For the manager's
or
report.
the manager's report, staff report.
okay, let's move to number 14 then and do the administrative reports.
Okay.
We'll
Hope
start
you're
with.
ready.
Yeah.
Sometimes these come around earlier than not. No, happy to do so right now. Mayor, this is Scott Robson, Town Manager. I'll try to keep today's updates relatively brief for you, but again, for new council members, each council meeting, both town attorney and myself provide updates that on just key issues that might be in front of us or that we're currently working on, things of just community interests that are coming up. And they kind of vary from every couple weeks, but a few things will remain static this year. We'll always continue to have your most recent sales tax and RET or real estate transfer tax figures in front of you that we've collected over the last month. And I will plan on virtually every update providing some form of housing update, just given where the community is on number of housing projects, how important that issue is to the community and the region. So you can kind of look for those each council update. So I'll just start off with the fact that we have issued an RFP a few weeks ago for town facilities master plan effort that will really look in detail at our historic town hall, the Marshall's building, museum, along with our not as historic Rebecca Hall here where we're at today, along with Park and Rec staff offices as well. The Public Works campus, if you will, already has a master plan effort underway, and they've actually got some projects about to move forward in 2024 out there. But for probably 25 years now, as Zoe, myself, and some other staff have been looking through files, there have been significant improvements contemplated for Rebecca Hall and Town Hall in particular, along with our Marshalls. They're all in different variations of challenge related to staff space, energy efficiency, working environment, things along those lines. So even though it was called out 25 years ago, we are going to actually move forward on that facility master plan, particularly for these staff offices. And that effort will take a look at what our staffing needs are as well over, say, the next 5 and 10 years. Use those calculations to figure how to best fit most efficiently staff over the next decade, and a phasing plan as well of kind of what goes first: Town Hall, Marshall's building, Rebecca Hall, and how to phase that and move staff around town, if you will, during those construction projects. So that's a really important one that's been a long time coming, and we know we need some upgrades in some key spaces, particularly our historic spaces. So just want to let council know that is underway, and we'll report out as we not only select the consulting team for that, but start to move into some of the planning phases. So we'd love your input along the way. Let's see, we're in the midst with Parks and Recreation and others of planning our New Year's Eve celebration for the community on Main Street. We're not necessarily looking at any significant changes, more to come, of course, but on New Year's Eve, we'll certainly be having some brief fireworks, it looks like, from our fire protection district, DJ on the courthouse steps, generally a street party. So we're looking forward to that and hope all council can be there. We may be asking one or more of you to be involved in some of those festivities, if you will. So more to come on New Year's Eve. I also want to note that staff for a number of months has been working with a national design team based out of Denver to help the town really move beyond our 6 or more logos or brands that we have amongst our various departments, the town logo itself, and really begin to consolidate, freshen up and modernize the look a little bit, but more, most importantly, have a package of branding that is consistent across all departments and across the town government. So thanks to Lindsay Mills and Zoe Denal in particular on those efforts, but we've sat down with that team multiple times now with our department heads. It's kind of a first layer of input and feedback on some of that branding. And we will look forward to coming back to council, I would say within probably by the first of the year, with a very short list of kind of logo and brand packages to get your input. I know you all have great eyes and design backgrounds, some of you, and we'd love your input before we kind of move on to the next step. So that might be a little bit new news for some of you. I think really the rest of it, I wanted to provide a housing update on where we're at on a number of projects. Again, that's always important, and we're going to spend a lot of our afternoon talking about a few projects here. Building F of Shandoka in particular is on the docket later today, along with our Tower House Car Hinge project, which is that open lot just to the east of Clark's Market. I would say that it's been interesting kind of continuing to listen to and watch the community conversation around not just local housing, but regional housing. I took note maybe a week and a half ago of a full page ad that was out in the Daily Planet newspaper around, there was a map depicting a number of areas that some HOAs out in the county feel the town should be building housing on. And I was glad to see they put that out there, because I think it really gives us a chance to highlight how many projects, even on their list, we already have in progress or in the planning stages, whether it's planning or construction. So I thought I'd just touch council on where we're at on a number of projects here, particularly some of those that were mentioned by our friends out in the county. I would say Voodoo, again, you're all, I'm sure, seeing that project move vertically. We're up to some of the third story structure, and steel is up, which is really exciting. You're starting to begin to see windows and even some of that 3,000 square feet of office space come together at Voodoo. There are 27 units, again, all deed restricted within that Voodoo project. And I know we've got at least one of those units dedicated to future mental health professional council carved out for that. But we will look forward to really looking forward to opening Voodoo in 2024. It's pretty incredible to see that project coming together. So again, that's 27 units and about 3,000 square feet of office space. And also excited to now be talking to the public around that historic shed that will come back to the Voodoo parcel. That historic shed will be the future home for our youth hangout. And it's, again, hopefully one of many youth hangouts over time in town and with our regional partners. But that's about 600 square feet of really cool space that we're starting some design work on soon, looking to our partners over at Tri-County, our Communities That Care, CTC, to help program that. And again, looking to school district and the county and Town of Mountain Village to help partner up around that cool youth center down the road here. So that's been a fun one on Voodoo. Canyonlands Tower House, again, that's adjacent to Clark's Market. That'll be around 35 units or so. And that we're well into the process now with Planning and Zoning Commission and HARC on that Canyonlands Tower House. It's exciting in part, not just because of its location and a lot of great new housing, but it's the town's first public-private partnership. And we're working with a private partner called Servitas that won out on a national request for proposals that the town put out early in this year. So James Van Hoosier is heading up that project in particular, and we'll hear a lot more from him later this afternoon. Not noted maybe so much regionally, but important to the town of Telluride is our building F of Shandoka. Again, some conversations coming up around that one. One of our oldest buildings within the Shandoka development, and certainly in need of a facelift and more. But we're excited to be, over time through Melanie Wasserman and then Delaney Young Tapson have been able to relocate, not put anyone on the street, relocate the residents of what will be phase 1 of building F, so that's ready to go, and we're not having people struggling on where they're going to find housing. And we're going to not only upgrade that building, but we'll be able to add some units to that as well with this project, which is exciting. Carhenge is of course an important one, and probably it is the town's largest land asset that would still be able to take a significant housing project. And I know some have suggested that we sell the property to others to develop housing on, or move through some different plans that are counter maybe to the adopted Southwest area plan. But kind of a reminder in particular to the new council members, we were really excited very early in 2023 to sit down with Telluride Ski and Golf, or Telski, and sign a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Telski to just collaborate. And I shouldn't say to collaborate on Carhenge and the Chair 7 area. We've really felt like it would be short-sighted for us to just focus purely on Carhenge only and not include comprehensively that Chair 7 area, which is so important to skiers, to locals, to residents, and really do it right. I know there have been some stops and starts to planning between our two organizations in that key base area over the years, but I think we've gotten off to a really great start. Telski has hired design workshops who the town itself has worked a lot with over the years on a number of planning and design projects. We have at the staff level sat down with Telski a number of times now and worked through just design concepts that fit within the Southwest area plan adopted planning effort, if you will, that not only looks at significant, I think well over 200 planning or 200 deed restricted housing units in that zone, but also has some visions for retail, commercial, no doubt some potential for hotel that Telski would like to have implemented on their property. So again, this is I think has been an effort where we really feel very strongly that collaboration between the two organizations on this last really big parcel is important to get it right and really make sure we're building out ultimately that housing and kind of village concept that the Southwest area plan called for. So we're looking forward, I would say very early in this winter season, early 2024, to start working with council on what that public process looks like. I think kicking off with some open houses around, again, just concepts for Chair 7 and Carhenge will be really important to try to ensure the public has got, right out of the gate, really good input on concerns and ideas and, where we've got some exciting opportunity there. So look forward to that process. I think that'll be a big one for both staff and obviously council and the public to pay attention to and be working on over the course of 2024. I know Pearl property has been brought up by others. That currently has a conservation easement across it that was we voted in by residents. The Shandoka parking lot, or sometimes we refer to it as parking lot L or lot L of Shandoka. Again, that's central to that Southwest area plan, which was adopted by council. The plan was what we completed early in 2023 was a parking feasibility primarily, but a feasibility study around lot L of Shandoka that basically laid out what the maximum mass and scale of a structured parking and intercept parking lot could look like on that lot. Didn't call out any specific number of spaces or any specific design. It just was that kind of mass and scale exercise to understand how and if it could take regional buses, the Goose, skier parking, parking from Carhenge and Shandoka as well. And so we've got that, I think, really important feasibility study in our back pocket. And now, we can move beyond that and really better understand how much housing can go on that lot along with parking, and make sure that there's, a very coordinated planning process with the Chair 7 and Carhenge parcels as well, given they are basically all across the street from one another in a very dense part of town. So that will be an initiative that takes its next steps in 2024. And I'm sure that is a high priority to council. Virginia Placer, almost getting to the end of the list here, but Virginia Placer is a really, again, important housing project that the town has in the midst of. We started with 10 units over at Virginia Placer, have been able through our planning and housing team to figure out a way to design upwards of 20 units in that Virginia Placer, or VP2, we call it sometimes, out near the public workshops and our boarding house. A way we can get some on-call housing for folks like snowplow drivers or our marshals, but also we went through midsummer here an RFP process with our local taxation districts, hospital district, school district, library district, and really at council's direction, opened up those, what will probably be 10 or 12 units of new housing out there on town land, open those up to some of the significant needs of our special district partners. And I think they will be, I know they're thrilled to have an opportunity to get some units locked down. It wouldn't be, I think, again, at council's policy direction, not something that we're subsidizing for other districts, but something at least we're making available for them to have long-term, at least rental opportunity around for them to be able to keep the teachers and the firefighters and the hospital med staff on board that they need. So Virginia Placer is a really exciting one, but it's certainly not at the scale that some have proposed across the road. I mean, what some have proposed would be the town more or less filling in upwards of 7 acres of wetlands to build some of the housing density that has been proposed by others. And that's frankly just not within any of the town's plans right now. Nothing along those lines has ever been adopted by council. So we're quite focused on Virginia Placer as a really important but modestly scaled housing project right now. But we'll keep you up to date as we go along there. And maybe last I'll mention is that it's well known the town does own a handful of relatively small lots on the east end of town in what's primarily single family neighborhoods up there. There are not consolidated plans by any means around those east end lots. But I think that's going to take very kind of careful and balanced conversation with the community, particularly East End residents, on maybe what the future of those lots are. But they are in our portfolio. They have been for a long time and certainly have a significant amount of value to them. So I'll kind of leave it at that. We will have a bit more of a, again, monthly structured housing update for you from Lance McDonald and James Van Hoosier in particular, but also Delaney Young Tapson, our community services director. And we'll just keep you updated on where we're at. And it'll be a great time to just ask any questions you want on progress on different projects that might not be falling on the agenda elsewhere. So that's all I have for updates today, Mayor, and happy to hand it off to others.
Great. Scott, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Scott based on his report?
I actually just had one quick question just in regards to Virginia Placer too. When we initially created that concept and that collaboration, it was prior to some pretty significant changes, such as mill levies being passed by the voting public. And I think I personally would love us to maybe readdress how those units are going to be allocated or what groups will be able to take advantage of that, since so many of the groups we were really targeting now have these very robust revenue streams coming in year over year. So if we could just maybe take a look at that when we start getting more in depth on that project, it would be great.
Yeah, you bet. We do need to bring that one back around to council. Again, we went through an RFP process. I think 6 of the 8 special districts had put in varying levels of interest and financial commitments and different housing type of needs they would like. But we certainly didn't move to the next phase of actually selecting how many units for each of those special districts that put in interest. There's, kind of goes without saying, there's not going to be enough for all to meet everyone's needs within that, this town parcel. But I think it's a really innovative and cool initiative that we're going to move forward here. But we do certainly need council input and conversation around how to choose those partners and how we divvy it up as best possible. So
I had a question.
Yeah.
Regarding I'm very excited about the Telski Carhenge discussion, and I think a lot of people in the community are going to be as well. I know you mentioned maybe open houses in the evening, but I'm wondering if more than 2 of us show up, that's going to be a council meeting. So how are we going to handle that? Because I think it would be great if we were all there at open houses, just even if we're not, sitting up like this, but sitting amongst the public. How does that work with noticing and
trying to think back, certainly council is, whether it's a regional meeting or local open houses, we really value as many of your, as much of your participation as possible. We can certainly work through with Tiffany, our clerk, and our town attorney's office, proper noticing. If we know that more than 2 of you will be at a certain meeting, we can notice that properly and cover ourselves from a legal standpoint and allow you guys to have the conversations you need to have there.
Okay, cool.
I'm not too worried about that. And again, we did similar, certainly we had open houses related to short-term rental policy over the course of this last summer that was pretty well attended by council, and we'll be fine there.
Okay, great.
Great. Any other questions for Scott? All right, we'll move on to 14B and the attorney's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger reporting on an attorney's report. You'll know sometimes I can report out and offer things to the public. Other times I have very little to say under an attorney's report. Today is the first, which is there's quite a bit to talk about today. The first thing I'll mention is that late yesterday afternoon, the town was served with a lawsuit into district court from the Coonskin Condominium Owners Association doing business as Mountainside Inn, challenging the action that town council took on October 24th, ordinance 1578, which were the amendments that you made to your STR provisions. It's a rather lengthy complaint, about 13 pages. We're in contact with our insurance defense, and insurance defense counsel will be assigned on this. Our answer is due, if my calculations are correct, by December 18th. So we've got a bit of time on this issue, and we'll provide counsel with updates, of course, as this moves forward. I'll also provide you at the end of the day today with those pleadings that were filed yesterday. So again, the court case was filed on the 21st, but service on the town, which is personal service, which is a requirement under Colorado law to actually have jurisdiction by the court, that didn't occur until yesterday afternoon. Service occurred on Clerk Kavanaugh at that point in time. So that's about all I'll say on that. The second is last Tuesday, there was an appeal filed into the Colorado Court of Appeals, 22 claims based on the rulings from Judge Patrick on the Diamond Ridge litigation. So that is now apparently going up to the Court of Appeals, and we'll be working with our partners at the county on that litigation, which there was an attempt to file that previously. It was rejected by the Court of Appeals as being untimely because the district court hadn't concluded its proceedings. But now that district court matter has been conclusively resolved, And the Court of Appeals notice was filed last week. The third thing I will mention is that the town did file right before the election on November 7th, our answer brief in the pending Court of Appeals litigation on the Butcher Creek PUD litigation. Some of the new council members may not have all the background on that. I'll provide you later today with the 2 documents that have been filed at the Court of Appeals. There are lengthy additional documents that preceded that at the district court level. We had a trial about a year ago. We had a 3-day trial in district court where the town prevailed on all the issues relating to the Butcher Creek PUD litigation. If anyone on council wants that additional information, let me know. Current council members had it all, but if any of the new members want to look back at it's folders and folders of information, but I could probably give you shorter versions of things if you want some additional information on that. But that was filed at the Court of Appeals about 3 weeks ago, and we'll have one final word back from the plaintiffs on that issue, probably in about a week or 2. And then the case will be set for consideration by the Court of Appeals. There may be an oral argument at that time. It has to be requested by parties. I don't know if the town would be requesting one or not. Typically, the plaintiffs would, and they're the lead on this litigation. So we'll see what happens there. Typically, it takes about 8 to 12 months to get a ruling out of the Court of Appeals. So we'll look forward to something in that time frame. So pretty busy, particularly in the last week or so in our office. But that's the update from the attorney's office.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. We will move on to 14C, which is the council reports. For this, it's going through our liaison roles and Tiffany, as simple as if anyone has updates on their liaison roles, it's a great time to chat about it. I'll just go around and start with Dan and see.
Sure. Happy to. Thank you, Mayor. So a couple updates. I'll start with the IGA meeting that was held on the 13th of November. There was representatives from all the regional governments on there, had a couple important topics, including an update by County Planning Director Kay Simonson on the East End Master Plan. That is ongoing, as I'm sure most of you are already aware. There's still multiple opportunities for further input, and that continues to go through it. Kay also did come to our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting later that same week and gave a similar update to P&Z at that time, and received a few brief comments from Planning and Zoning at that time. They're still gathering as much public input as possible, and we're all encouraged to follow and engage in that process. Also at that meeting, there was brought up the idea, a longstanding idea of a regional rec center, and gauge some interest on that. There is going to be some public engagement happening on that. I believe there will be a community survey that's going to be sent out. That might be an RFP process on that. Scott, I'm looking to you if you know more on that I'm missing on that. Mian's nodding yes.
Yes.
Great. So that will be coming down the road. Again, our engagement on this will be critical and necessary for this. And last but not least, another big item on that agenda was a regional update on the housing needs assessment. Scott touched a little bit on this, but definitely going to have to look regionally and collaborate with our sister governments around the area. So that's going to be led by the SMRHA office and Courtney McElhenney. So they're already getting that process underway, is my understanding, and hopefully we'll have an update sometime in the coming year for that.
Yeah, I think at the next council meeting, I'll be able to update on just where we're at on that RFP. But I think it's just important to note that it will be jointly funded by the town of Mountain Village and San Miguel County. And again, administered, if you will, through SMRHA as our regional partner. So I think it's a great fit on that front.
Yeah, and then for planning and zoning, like I said, Kate presented there as well. We did have brief hearing on Canyonlands Tower House. There will be more work coming down the line on that. The other one of note and interest to us all, the Telluride Hotel, which is the parcel next to the post office. They did apply for another extension. Part of the approval of that extension was an agreement. This was agreed upon by the applicant that was the last extension of their PUD for it. So they are hoping to break ground in the not too distant future and start that development. So that was approved unanimously by P&Z. And so that is another change coming to the region of that hotel. And I believe it's a 50-person hotel with 5 employee dwelling units on it, or affordable housing units as part of it as well. Other than that, had a nice Thanksgiving, and I don't think there was too much else for me to report that we didn't already cover at our last council meeting. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you so much. I will go over to Mian now.
I won't give that many updates on the IG meetings since Dan just did. I think I just want to jump back in, and I know that the conversation about the community-wide rec center has been one that has kind of been brought back up again. The town of Telluride did budget for 25,000
$5,000
for the development of the planning process to kind of work with the town of Mountain Village and the county in order to gauge the level of interest and what we would need to do to be able to provide this for the community if the community does decide that this is what they would like. But that's all I'm going to say about the IG meeting. I just wanted to jump in and just thank Scott Pearson from Mountain Village for really spearheading this conversation. He's very passionate about it. People that he's been speaking to have been very passionate, and I'm grateful to see this reinvigorated. I feel like I've been having this conversation for 20 years. So it's exciting to kind of see it get dusted off and get some new life brought to it. For the gondola subcommittee, went through a few different things. The first was a request for qualifications, which is really the overview of the procurement process and selection by the committee for the project development consulting services. We also reviewed the survey questions that are going to be sent out. This is the polling that will go to the public in regards to funding for the new gondola and funding for the continued operation of the gondola services between town of Telluride and Mountain Village. And then there was a lengthy discussion about sort of the existing conditions and potential additional revenue sources that could be included in the planning scenarios for the future gondola. And just to kind of recap a little bit of that for everybody right now, for Colorado state statute, RTAs have the following finance mechanisms. So it's sales and use tax, which can't exceed 2%. A visitor benefit tax, which cannot exceed 2%. Mill levies, which right now cannot exceed 5 mills. There's some movement up at the state level to see if they can potentially increase this a little bit further. Bonding, and then vehicle registration fees. And so those are the funding mechanisms that are currently at our disposal right now. The team that is kind of running this project was asked to look for additional funding mechanisms as well. And so there was a discussion at that meeting in regards to potential ticket taxes, ticket fees on lift tickets, concert tickets, those sorts of things, as well as a potential revenue source to be able to fund the gondola and keep it free, quote unquote, free to the general public. At SMART, as a result of that direction, there was an intergovernmental agreement that was approved for the project development to retain the subject matter expertise that's necessary to move the project forward and seek that grant funding. And so that project development IGA for 2023 was approved in the 11th hour. Obviously for this year, we're going back in to start negotiations for 2024 now. But that is going to fund a gondola project manager position, the municipal financial advising and election services, the community engagement and intergovernmental coordination, and then the project development subject matter into like expertise. So that's like the design, the grant writing, environmental assessments, that those sorts of things. In addition to that IGA being signed and agreed, it was signed by, at the board level for SMART, it was signed by the town of Mountain Village, San Miguel County, the town of Telluride, and then the ski resort is also a contributing partner as well for that. So as the project sponsor now, SMART is going to administer the project development funding for this project, and then they are going to ask for reimbursement. So the payment will be made by SMART by the participating entities in a prorated equal share based on what we have agreed to in that intergovernmental agreement. At SMART, we also ratified that there's a new gondola advisory committee, which is going to include the persons representing the entities that I just mentioned. So this is going to be 2 representatives from the town of Mountain Village, 2 from, the Mountain Village Collective. I apologize. It's Mountain Village and TMVOA are sort of melding into one entity now. Then the town of Telluride is going to have 2 members. San Miguel County will have 2 members. Telski will have 2 members, and then the SMART board will have 1 member as well in that group. And that's kind of it between now and the previous meeting.
We have them make a chart of that.
Oh, there's charts.
Okay, great.
Yes.
It's just a lot of.
It's been I mean, and obviously I think you guys
Yeah.
have heard me talk about this a lot. There's been a lot of back and forth on voting structure and proportionality. And I think we're finally there, which is great. We're excited to kind of move forward and in lockstep with everybody.
And I'll just add briefly that the managers team did go through a lengthy RFP interview and selection process just maybe 10 days ago or so, and selected I think really fantastic national firm. I don't know that we're going to announce that today, but we've got a great firm teamed up with also local firms to really head up each of those significant elements that Mian already mentioned. So we're excited about that. The town of Telluride's portion of 2024 funding is in the ballpark of $85,000. For next year, about double that amount, Telluride's portion. Again, the spending really ramps up for a range of reasons, but particularly making sure that we've got robust game plan to go after those federal grant dollars that we're hoping can be upwards of 40-50% of the overall gondola funding. So really important to spend the money up front with the right teams to make sure that we can lock down significant federal funds down the road.
And I think we'll talk about that at the leadership committee meeting that's upcoming, but that RAISE grant is that is sort of the impetus that we've been driving towards all the way along. And so that application is
That's right.
process.
Yeah, the RAISE grant is caps out at around $25 million from the feds for projects, and gondolas are eligible based on some new language at the federal level. So that's great news.
Thanks to David Averill,
Thank you,
who
David
was the
Averill.
one that got that language in there. So that's a big deal for Telluride and aerial tramways.
That's right.
Awesome. Anything else, Mian?
That's it.
I'll throw a quick one in just for Parks and Rec since I was the chair, and we lost Adrian as the liaison. The only thing of note is that we did move with staff to make sure we get reimbursed on certain costs from festivals, like working towards campground costs and utilities. Stephanie's here. I don't know if you have anything to add while you're here, but that's up to you.
The other thing on that agenda was we're working on memorial policy and turning it more into a program approach rather than a request-based approach. So that's something staff will be working on and coming back to Parks and Rec Commission with some proposals, but overall support for that and potential partnership with Tri-County Health on a concept that they mentioned as well.
Thank you, Steph. That's it for Parks and Rec. I will go to Geneva.
Cool. I just have a couple quick things about our last Telluride Housing Authority meeting. I guess this SMRHA portion of that, we got an update from Courtney, whose name's been mentioned multiple times. She works with us to make sure everybody's in compliance we had at the time of that meeting a couple weeks ago, 3 pending notices of violation for folks that are in deed restricted housing, that are going through the process of getting back into compliance. And I just mentioned that so that people know that we do check in on compliance and there's an enforcement protocol. She updated us on the housing needs assessment process, which we've also discussed today. The big thing to announce is that the town of Telluride compliance is beginning tomorrow, November 29th. And so if you live in deed restricted housing, please check. You should have been getting some emails from SMRHA with a heads up that compliance is coming up. But get your documents together, and the sooner we can get that all dialed, the easier it'll be for everybody. So looking forward to that compliance period. We also discussed at the THA meeting something that's going to take us quite a bit of time to make changes on, but we currently have a really strong comprehensive build out on affordable housing guidelines for living in deed restricted ownership properties, but we don't have an overall policy for renters. Up to this point, every different project we've had has different standards of hours required, income, all sorts of different regulations, but they're specific to each project as opposed to having an overall town of Telluride rental collection of standards. So we're going to be working towards putting together a renters affordable housing guidelines document, which will hopefully make everything easier so that if you're living in Sunnyside and your friends live in Shandoka and you have different rules, that won't be an issue anymore. We'll just, it'll make more sense cohesively across all of our projects, which I think is a really important thing for us as a housing provider to do. Another thing that is in process right now is our community services department has been collecting income information from everybody who lives in our rental in Shandoka and the Virginia Placer and boarding house properties, which we've never done before since people have moved in. So basically the idea is to get a snapshot of what folks' income is once they, at this moment living in these units, and compare to our policies to see if that's lining up or not. And what we're seeing is that more people are making more money than was initially perhaps contemplated for those projects. And so we're working now to amend our rules, like I said earlier, to work within those parameters of what folks in our community are actually making across the board. So I think exciting things for us to dial in, but if you take an interest in that sort of thing, definitely tune into our THA meetings over the next few months as we're going to be discussing those issues. And I think that's it for me today with the housing stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Jesse Ray, I'll pass it off to you.
Okay, first I just wanted to note real quick that the Governor Polis just signed 7 bills into law that have to do with taxes and tax credits, mill levies, and property values. So I think everybody should check that out because many of them will probably affect you. I wanted to add to the IGA that there was a heavy youth hangout component to the rec center conversation, and also something that I found particularly interesting was the mental health first response plan that the county has initiated. So for first responders, should they be first on scene to something like fairly traumatic, they can initiate a mental health first response for themselves. So they have someone to talk to for the next 3 days, which I think is great now because I think a lot of times our first responders think that they don't need to seek out mental health treatment. And it's really cool to see this community being treated like just being given the support that they need in those situations. And also there was a plea from Dr. Simolin at the animal hospital for a little bit of financial assistance because there is a huge animal I guess, surrender issue in San Miguel County. So I wanted to bring that up. For vending committee, we had 1 late winter application for a taco cart down at the Gondola Plaza. We approved it, but with several conditions. He had to pay some late fees and some application compliance paperwork, but I'm assuming Tiffany, he did everything at this point.
yet, but we'll be in touch.
Okay. Open space, we did a summary about the spruce beetle situation in Bear Creek for right now. They seem to be fairly dormant. We're continuing to put the pheromone patches on all of the healthy trees, and that's, you know, doing a good job for now. But if we have a big winter, which it looks like we may, that could create like the ultimate environment for a huge spruce beetle breakout. So we've got kind of a plan in place to manage that should we need to, because that could be pretty bad. Wildfires, and then just, we have a very unique for new town council members type of Douglas fir in our area. A big talking point for open space was the bluegrass application for additional camping in Bear Creek area Reach 1. So that's right at the bottom of the falls, which is actually, you know, open space. Open space manages it. It's not part of Parks and Rec, so there's a conservation easement on it, and we're now, I think, 3 years deep into a revegetation plan. So they wanted to put 400 campers out there, and we did approve it for Blues and Brews, but we're, I think, trying to encourage festivals, larger festivals, to find new places for these campers to go, just because there's a conservation easement on it, and we're really trying to conserve and protect. Our job on this board is to protect these lands. And there's some other places that campers could be moved, but also with hotel prices going up and just all the other things to take in consideration, and the fact that we need to have festivals here, it's kind of a tricky situation. So it's a topic that we're going to revisit as a board, and I hope that we can get some more council feedback on kind of how to manage this ever-changing issue of, you know, too many people coming to town, not having hotel rooms, not having places to stay, wanting to kind of maintain this cool arts and culture, music environment that we have here and protect our lands. So I think it's going to be more than one conversation on open space, but definitely a couple conversations at the council level too. Park, business as usual, except for one notable thing, which was Hotel Columbia is going to do this like 3 to 5 year huge remodel. They're going to go from a 3-star hotel / condo to a 4-star boutique hotel. And I guess that's all I have. That's the big thing about.
Do you have any updates as far as the historic architecture design guidelines updates that they're going through currently? Because that's
The new one should be ready for us to talk about at our next meeting. So we were just going through all the red lines towards the end of the meeting, last meeting. So yeah.
Cool. Can't wait to see it.
That's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's it for council reports. I should say, Elena, if you have something to chime in for Case, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I didn't prepare anything, but we've been going through a process of kind of overhauling our grants and changing the way that we're evaluating them. So we rewrote our criteria, and we created a scoring system, and also added an optional space for comments that are going to go back to the grant applicants. So we just started the process of reading the grant applications, and I think this new scoring system is going to just help give the applicants a lot more information, because unless they're actively listening to that meeting where we allocate all the funding, they don't necessarily know why we funded them or why we didn't fund them fully. So I think it's a good shift to get to a place where there's just more communication. And is there anything else important? I mean, probably.
Yeah, that's a great summary. There's 45 applicants, and Case will make their recommended allocations January 10th, and then it'll be back in front of you all at your later meeting in January. So we're deep in it right now, and board members are busy reading applications. So I can see why no one else stepped up. gonna warn you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ellen, anything else from,
No, I think until we do the grant allocations, it's pretty, I guess the other thing worth mentioning, we had a couple organizations that were hosting these like month events, like I don't want to single anyone out, but like Flag Appreciation Month. I made that up. And so like wanting the whole month of July on the events calendar. And so we had a couple organizations that were doing things like that. And we really tried to kind of narrow in having the events calendar reflect actual events that were happening instead of these month-long things where they were having that event listed on every day of the month. And we're sort of, based on need, we'll discuss if we need to have a different different process to make month-long events. But for now, I think we can deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
awesome, thank you. I think that's it for council reports, unless anyone else, anything else to chime in?
Mayor, just before we break, I did want to just mention that we had Chad Horning from Telluride Ski and Golf planned for 1:15 or so in the afternoon, if people were ready to tune in just to get that seasonal update.
Okay.
He'll still do so, but it won't be until about 3:30 in the afternoon, just based on some schedule issues he had. So just want to get that on people's radar for the afternoon.
Perfect, thank you. Moving on, 14D, related organizational reports, there are none. 14 minutes, there is none. That wraps up item number 14, and I would like to adjourn for lunch.
Sweet.
You're sharp.
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna return to today's town council meeting. And so, first item after lunch, is number 5, public comment. Please keep in mind, each person will be allotted up to 5 minutes. And if you would like to provide public comment, just, raise your hand and you can do that online as well. But we will first start with any public comment that is physically in the room. Is there somebody here for public comment? Deanna, can you step up, please? And state your name and your address for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Deanna Colliker and I live at 239 North Davis in the town of Telluride.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to come here today and welcome the new mayor and the new members of town council. I don't know if congratulations or condolences are in order, but I also want to welcome back all the returning members of town council and, you know, just say last week we were all reminded how to be thankful for our friends and our family and our community. And I'm so grateful to live and work here in this town. And gratitude is the theme for my public comments to you all today. I truly appreciate and recognize the commitment that you all make to this town and the contribution that you make to our community. And I am grateful for that. I also want to thank this council for supporting the medical center financially in the past few months. Really when we needed it most. You all did not have to do that, but thanks to the contribution from the town of Telluride, as well as the town of Mountain Village, TMBOA, and San Miguel County, it's allowed us to remain operational right now and until March, when we receive our next mill levy infusion. So thank you for that. I also want to thank everyone for their support of our mill levy proposition 6A, which will mean that we can continue to operate our 24/7 emergency department and primary care in a meaningful way until we have a new facility. And speaking of that new facility, I want to thank this council for voting to approve the provision of water and sewer to the proposed Genesee project at Society Turn last month on the 24th. It was an important step forward in this long process. As you know, that project is going to bring many good things like commercial space and affordable housing, but none as important as the provision of available land adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant to expand and enhance its capacity, and of course, the site for a new medical center. I want to encourage each and every one of you to prioritize this project and not only approve of it in theory, but actually stand up and facilitate it to move forward. A project like this with so many facets can get lost in the details. And it's time to stand up and definitively say that our community needs and deserves to have these things that this project can provide. I don't think there's anything more important than clean water and high quality healthcare to a community. And you definitely have the power to move this process forward. It's sometimes easy to get mired in the details and then nothing actually gets done. And I don't think it's useful to look backward and criticize what hasn't happened. I think it is useful to look forward and know that you have the power to change the trajectory and actually bring this process to fruition. And then finally, I'd like to thank you as being a part of the RFP process for considering us, the medical center, as a partner in the Virginia Placer II Community Housing Project. And we hope to have the opportunity to work with staff and the council to help this come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Clifford, come on up.
Hey, everybody.
And-
I am Clifford Hansen. I live at 209 Albasora Boulevard in the county, but I'm here speaking on behalf of the Vet Center Foundation. And to echo, first of all, we're so lucky to have Deanna Colliker, Dr. Colliker with us in this community. He's really carried the ball over the last several months as we've gotten, I know a lot of you have met with her regarding the funding for the shortfall in the Med Center. So we're super grateful for your partnership in that and for your support in 6A. And so I would like to also, I have an ask as well to, for the VP2 project. We've been working over the last a year or so, really. It started with Lance and then Scott and Lance, and then we met with Kevin and Scott and Lance, and then the mayor. So we've had this project coming about, and it's really, we're super excited about it. The Med Center Foundation, which I'm the president of, and the district board put together a housing committee. We put together a business plan. Our goal is to purchase 15 deed restricted or employee, non-deed restricted units for Med Center employees in the next 5 years and 30 in the next 10. We would really appreciate it if you would lease us the land for the VP2 project so that we can build that building and make that the cornerstone of our housing project. I know it's been on the table for a while. Our goal would be to raise the money, maintain the building, rent it to Med Center staff, and simply lease the land for $1 a year from the town. So we're not asking to buy the land or have it gifted, but we would, remunerate the town in some capacity for the consideration. And that's it. Thank you guys so much for your service to the community, and I'm grateful to be working with you.
Clifford, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing nobody else in the room for public comment. Tiffany, is there anyone online with Zoom for public comment?
Seeing none online.
Okay, seeing none online, we're going to move out of public comment and move to item number 6, presentations and proclamations. 6A is the introduction of new wastewater lab tech Matt Garrison, and we have Amy Martell here for that.
Hello, my name is Amy Martell. I'm the Water Wastewater Division Manager for the town. I'm here to introduce Matt Garrison. He joined our team in August of this year. He filled a vacant position at the wastewater plant in the lab as a lab tech / operator. He has 2 years of previous experience as a geochemist in a local Colorado lab in Steamboat, in addition to a geology degree. Matt brings extensive laboratory knowledge to our team and was already able to help us streamline a lot of the laboratory processes. Matt's favorite color is purple. And he's excited to start exploring the slopes on Saturday. Matt has been such a joy to work with. He accepts the daily challenges of working in a wastewater plant, and he does so with a smile on his face and with a positive attitude. He is grateful for this opportunity to achieve one of his career goals of working for a local government. We welcome Matt to the Telluride community and to the water and wastewater team. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Matt, welcome.
Thanks for all you do, Amy, as well out at the plant. Welcome, Matt.
6B has been removed from the agenda, so we'll go to 6C, and that's the introduction of Building Inspector Tommy Stenke. Am I pronouncing that right? With Ron Quarles.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're glad to introduce our new building inspector. It's Tommy Stenke. He comes to us from Vermont, but he's not new to Telluride. He worked as a ski lift operator in the last 2 winters, so very familiar with Telluride in the winters, especially. He has a construction management degree from Roger Williams University in Rhode Island. He managed commercial, residential, and public construction projects. We were very impressed with him during the interview process, and he continues to impress us. As a part of the hiring process, we require certification with ICC, National Board. And Tommy jumped on board even before he was hired, or even before he started working with us. Started doing the training. He obtained the residential certification last week, which we required it within 6 months. He's already obtained it. So he's already continuing to impress us. We're glad to have him here. If you haven't met him, I hope you have an opportunity.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining the team. And then 6D, E and F, I'll pass it over to Scott.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We've got kind of an exciting presentation here from our chief. I want to say that a few of us from the town were able to attend a week, 10 days ago or so, an awards and recognitions ceremony that our town marshals, along with marshals over at Town of Mountain Village, put together over at the Sheridan. And I have to say it was honestly one of the more inspiring and interesting events of the whole year, even as someone who feels like they've got a pretty good handle on what our marshals teams, whether you're a deputy or on the admin side, do every day. It's amazing to hear the stories of some of the just really valiant efforts that go on kind of unnoticed throughout the course of the year. And the chief did a great job, leading that effort to recognize our team. So with that, I'll hand it off to Chief Josh Comp.
All right, thank you for that. Reference the award ceremony. Huge thank you to Scott and Lindsay and Zoe for putting that all together. And it was a huge uptake on their behalf. So thank you for that. I love bragging about the staff, so I'll call Jimmy first and embarrass him. So the first award was a life-saving award that was awarded to Jimmy Moody, and then 2 chief citations that were awarded to Deputy Sean Stockner and Jeremiah Mason. This was for the incident that occurred about 2.5 weeks ago on Colorado Avenue with the stabbing. Jimmy was one of our first officers on scene and immediately began performing life-saving measures on this individual. Sean and Jeremiah immediately jumped into action, gathering witness statements, clearing off the area, collecting evidence, having reviewed the body camera. And this was truly a textbook example of how to handle a critical incident. And I was extremely proud to watch that. These were very easy awards to give out. So it was Jimmy received the life saving, and then Sean and Jeremiah both the chief's commendation for their actions that night. Keeping Jimmy on the hot seat, he was also given a Distinguished Service Award, which is our second highest medal that we give out at our department. This was for an investigation that him and one of our former officers, Katie Neesham, had handled. It was a pretty significant call. It started off with someone coming to Jimmy and explaining what their circumstances were in confidence, and he realizing pretty early on that there were some significant crimes being involved. So he passed off to Katie for her to conduct the investigation. Over a course of several weeks, there was multiple search warrants that were written. An arrest warrant was originally obtained, and the subject was arrested outside of our area. This case involved domestic violence, stalking, and the child sexual exploitation. So another significant case that, again, very proud of our deputies that they worked. It was a very time-consuming case, but again, done very well, and that case is now proceeding its way to court. Kelly, come on up. So over the last year, as you guys all know, parking's a little bit of an issue here in town. Callie, Jeanette, and Stephanie Johansson, who used to work with us as a code enforcement officer, were all tasked with looking into new parking solutions to include parking meters, the LPR system that's now in place at Silverjack, as well as we revamped recently our handheld ticketing and permitting system. They undertook this with ease in addition to all their other assets we asked of them. It was a huge uptick. They had multiple meetings they had to sit into, training sessions, countless IT headaches that we had to work our way through. But eventually got to where they are now, to where the meters have finally been implemented. Everything seems to be up and working. A few hiccups here and there with Silverjack, but we're working through those. And they also partnered very well with the Public Works Department. We worked hand in hand with Director Kyle Beck and America on this. Couldn't have done it without them. So Stephanie, Jeanette, and Callie were all awarded a chief's commendation for their efforts on this. Joyce Kimball, who cannot be here today, she was also given a Chiefs commendation, and this was for her efforts in transitioning our department to paperless reporting. It sounds easy in theory, but there's actually a huge uptick again. For the last 30 years, we've had our way of doing things, and to suddenly change that was a big ask of Joyce. So, as you know, Joyce wears many hats at our department. She took this challenge on as she does everything else, and got us to transition successfully to that. So her efforts were again rewarded with a Chiefs commendation. And then lastly is Sean Stogner, again, who can't be here. He was given a Distinguished Service Award. Again, this was related to the road rage incident that everyone I'm sure is familiar with that happened a few months back. It wasn't so much initial response on that, but Sean's investigation, everything that he did afterwards. So that incident occurred on Sean's Friday night. He was due to get off for a few days, a few hours later, and ended up coming in every day on his day off, spending all day here writing search warrants. So over the next 3 days, I think he wrote out 4 search warrants to include houses, vehicles, obtained an arrest warrant for a subject in that. And all of these were Sean's very first warrants that he had ever written to. So to kind of throw him into the middle of it and ask us opinion was a huge undertaking. Sean rose to the occasion, and we got a successful completion on that case within 2 days. So again, I'm very proud of the efforts that that all these individuals have shown. While these are the ones being recognized, I am truly thankful for all of our staff, and they all can be recognized for the outstanding work that they do on a day-to-day basis. This year just happened to be these few, but next year I have no doubt it'll be others in our department. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along to item 7, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following towns' boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, December 4th, 2023, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, December 12, 2023. And for more information on that, as I read through the list, you can contact Tiffany Kavanaugh for details. We have the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. We have the Commission for Community Assistant Arts and Special Events, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. That's a town elector. The Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for 1 or 2 year term. That's town or county elector, and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector. And hang on a sec. Then we have Historical and Architectural Review Commission. These seats will be considered here shortly. There are 2 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town elector for 1 year prior to applying. We have the Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and that is the San Miguel County crossover member. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. That is a town elector. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town elector for at least 1 year. And Public Art Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector for at least 6 months. And then with that being read, we'll go to item 7B, which is the Historical and Architectural Review Commission and those 2 regular seats, and we will hand it off to Tiffany.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So we have 2 regular seat vacancies on HARC coming up effective December 1st. And those seats are currently held by both Karen Lannon and Stacy Lake, who have both reapplied. Their applications are included in the packet. And Karen Lannon has served on HARC since 2017. His attendance record is included in the staff memo. And then one thing that council has always asked for is the number of recusals that members have for HARC and P&Z. So the clerk's office started tracking that in 2022. So we started to include that in our staff memo as well. So you'll see the number of recusals on the agenda or in the memo as well. And that's per item. So this is counted per item on the agenda. So if there's 5 items, we would count, they have to recuse for 2 on that. That would be counted as 2 recusals. So Stacy Lake has served on HARC since November of 2021, but before that, he served on P&Z for quite a long time. And his attendance and recusals also included in the staff memo. They are both here today if you have any questions for them. If you do want to reappoint both of them, then the motion should include a term effective December 1st, please. And we would recommend a 2-year term for both of them.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Did either of the applicants have anything they'd like to add to their application?
Hello, everyone. A few years ago, I did make the switch from planning and zoning over to HARC. I felt that as a working architect in town, being on HARC was probably more suitable for my skill set. Planning and zoning, in a way, was a good way for me to get familiar with the process, Robert's rules, and all those sorts of things in a more black and white sort of doesn't comply environment. The shift over to HARC has been, it's been good. I've enjoyed serving on HARC. There is always a lot of tension between the wishes and the desires of clients and applicants and those of historic preservation. I'm keenly aware of, of maintaining HARC's goals and objectives and trying to strike that balance in service to the good of the community. So thank you to previous council members who voted for me, and hopefully I get you today. Thanks.
Thank you. And Karen, would you like to add anything?
Not especially, but since Stacy had it, I might as well. I'm not gonna tell you I love HARC. I'm gonna tell you that I check out YouTube videos of HARC to pregame for the Pretty Lights show or anything like that. But I'm all right, Ed, I guess. And if I'm reappointed, it would show my family that I'm worth more than they can see. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I'll chime in a little bit since I was the liaison on HARC. Having listened to these meetings and these 2 members in particular, I think that they do a over the top phenomenal job at these positions. Their backgrounds and their know-how and what they bring to the table, it's beyond impressive. Eleanor, you will get a good taste of this moving forward. And I see no reason why either one of these shouldn't be appointed to 2-year seat.
Great. Any other questions or comments from fellow council members?
No, Stacy did touch on it a little bit, and I just wanted, one thought I had going into your comment to balance of priorities, because it is a thing that is important in our region. And so my question is, how do you see that balance moving forward? How do you make some of those decisions when you're pulled in different directions and have to make hard compromises?
Generally speaking, when I walk through that door as a HARC member, I put on my HARC member hat. The documentation that's been given to me, the design guidelines for building in Telluride, the historic preservation standards is my guidance. Our goals and objectives say that we should treat everyone consistently. And that's how I approach each and every project and applicant.
Great, thank you very much. And Kieran, actually, same question to you, if you don't mind.
Stacy kind of hit the nail on the head there. Design guidelines, staff routinely create frame-worthy analysis of the projects. It's not, to me, it's not really that much of an issue. Just design guidelines, staff has to say.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have motion to appoint these 2 fine gentlemen?
I move to appoint Kieran Lannon and Stacy Lake to regular seats on the Historic and Architecture Review Commission for 2-year terms effective December 1st, 2023.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Eva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. I should say congratulations or condolences. I'm not sure, but thank you for your time spent to make the community a better place. We really appreciate that.
Kieran, you should go tell your family. Yeah.
Okay, moving right along. Number 8 is the consent calendar. 8A is the approval of minutes of the regular meeting, October 24th, 2023. I attest that everyone has read those meeting minutes, and unless there's any further discussion to be had, do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Item number 9 is the work session with Chad Horning from Telluride Ski and Golf. We're going to push that back to approximately 3:45 or so. And that gets us to item 10 and reconvene as the Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to sit
So
as the
moved.
Telluride Authority?
Second.
Jesse Ray, how do you?
Jesse Ray, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Eva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Okay, we are now going to hand it over to Geneva.
Right, welcome back. We are now moving on to C, consideration of a resolution authorizing the execution of a ground lease between the Telluride Housing Authority and the town of Telluride, Colorado, to lease certain Telluride Housing Authority owned property generally located at Lot A, Bachman Village, Telluride, Colorado, 814352, the town of Telluride. And I think, is it Lance gonna take us through this or James? Sweet. And Kaylee. And Alex.
We got the whole gang together. All right. Thank you, everyone. James Van Hooser with the Manager's Department. Gonna share my screen here. Okay, so we are in the THA meeting and the item specifically before you right now with this open hearing is the ground lease, but we're going to take this opportunity to go through all of the components of the Shandoka Building F redevelopment phase 1, because you kind of need all this information to decide whether you want to do the ground lease or not. Okay, so our Shandoka Building F Phase 1 Affordable Housing Redevelopment Project. We are here before you to proceed with Town Council goals and objectives from 2023, specifically to preserve community, pursue affordable housing opportunities, plan and prioritize future projects, complete planning for Shandoka Phase 3 remodel and replacement. Staff has prepared for Council's consideration recommendations to proceed with the project as outlined here. We also have a bunch of team members available to answer questions if you have any, including myself, Lance McDonald, Allie Slayton, Assistant Town Attorney, Jason Simmons with Hilltop Securities, and Dalton Kelly with Butler Snow if you have questions about the financing pieces, and Steve Meyer and Robert Glover from Shaw Construction. Haley Ranta, Finance Department as well. Like I said, the whole team. Okay. Order of business. So you have 3 action items before you today related to this project. As I mentioned, we're going to take you through all the information first before you act on any of them. The one before you right now is THA, is actually the third one listed here, the resolution authorizing the execution of a ground lease between THA and TOT to lease THA owned property to the town to secure the collateral for financing of the project. Then you also have the authorization to proceed with construction of the project, including acceptance of the proposed contract sum, how much it's going to cost. That's a town council item, as well as the first reading of an ordinance to approve the financing in the form of a certificate of participation. And that is for this housing as well as water treatment system improvements. It's a bundled COP that Mr. Kelly can explain a little better than I can, but we will walk you through everything. One thing I wanted to point out, in the memo for the resolution authorizing the execution of the ground lease, there is an error. It states a 99-year lease. It's actually a 50-year lease, and that is reflected correctly in the actual resolution documents themselves. A little bit of background and process on this affordable housing project. So Shandoka Building F, the THA-owned 23-unit apartment complex that was built in 1993. Phase 1, as we're calling it, comprises the 9-unit north building. THA subcommittee has contemplated replacement and rehabilitation of this asset for several years. And to that end, an RFP for redevelopment of Building F was issued by staff with THA sub direction in February of 2023. In March, council selected Shaw Construction, teamed with Cushing Terrell Architects for design build services. Step 1 of that part 1 design build contract was an approach analysis in which the team evaluated 3 options for redevelopment of this property. The first was demo and new stick built construction. The second was complete demo and new modular construction, with the third approach being a renovation and addition. Results of that approach analysis were presented to the THA subcommittee at their June 10th meeting, and the renovation approach was selected for many reasons, including the following. The team discovered that the existing building is structurally sound, with most of the existing maintenance problems related to plumbing issues. Another benefit of doing the remodel approach is it allows for a phased approach to redeveloping the project, which minimizes the impact of displacement on existing Building F residents. Any of the other approaches would have required complete vacation of all 23 units at the same time, which was proving challenging from a displacement angle and rehoming of those existing folks in all 3 of the building. It's Building F, but there are 3 separate buildings. It was also the most cost-effective approach. Looking at our scope of services, the scope matches the THA subcommittee direction for a light touch remodel / refresh while maintaining as much of the existing structure and as many of the working systems as feasible. The GMP, or guaranteed maximum price, that Shaw has submitted is about $3.6 million and includes the following scope. An addition of 3 studio units on the north end of the north building, all new interior finishes and appliances, flooring, doors, basin case, cabinets, countertops. It's a 30-year-old building, you know, just a total refresh, we're calling it. New bathrooms, new kitchens, new flooring, that type of thing. All of the interior finishes will be very similar to recent town THA projects, including Voodoo and Sunnyside. The plumbing, we will be replacing the horizontal sanitary waste piping. That is been the critical systems failure in this building that has resulted in lots of plumbing issues. These are old cast iron pipes that did not have enough horizontal run. They're too flat. They don't run vertical enough to take care of the plumbing issues. We will be providing all new plumbing fixtures and insulate the crawl space heat piping, which will help with some of the condensation issues, as well as make things more efficient. The existing hot water system is the stainless steel boiler system. It was installed in 2015. It is in good shape and has existing capacity to accommodate the new units that we are contemplating. Mechanical will utilize the existing radiant heating system and remove the existing bathroom exhaust fans and provide new ERV units and associated ductwork. Repair and replace the baseboard radiators as required, and repair and replace kitchen exhaust ductwork. Again, just sort of normal wear and tear maintenance things on a 30-year-old rental housing building. For electrical, we're looking to utilize the existing wiring while replacing breakers and preparing the building to be all electric ready in the future as feasible. In addition to the guaranteed maximum price scope that was just outlined, staff is also recommending council approve an additional $1.225 million to be set aside for additional scope, including replacing of the existing siding, roof, and windows and new insulation as required. This additional scope, again, that is not yet currently under contract, could be undertaken in a number of ways. It could proceed with phase 1 of the project, could proceed concurrently with the potential phase 2 project. That might work out nicely as far as an economies of scale, or could be held for a later date. The only stipulation is work would need to commence within the next 3 years pursuant to the terms of the COP. Wanted to note that window and siding replacements have occurred on other phases of Shandoka apartments while occupied, so that's not an uncommon or strange thing to undertake. There are some outstanding design considerations that staff is still working through, some possible improvements, including a 3rd level extension, the addition of an additional 4-bedroom unit, and stubbed-in connections for in-unit laundry. Here is just a quick look at the floor plans of level 2. You can see at the red box, that is the north building. The other 2 buildings are not in scope for this phase 1. The labeled number 4 there, highlighted in red, is the addition of the new studio stack.
James, can you zoom in a little bit, please?
I can try.
That's not that big a deal.
Yeah, sorry, this is in your packet. My apologies. But this has been print out. Anyway, I wanted to note the up in the corner as well, the program. We have 3 studio units, 6 2-bedrooms, 2 3-bedrooms, and 1 4-bedroom proposed in phase 1. Project purpose and affordability targeting. Continue as rental housing, consistent with the rest of the Shandoka. We're not proposing that this be converted into a for sale product. THA subcommittee recommends, consistent with input from the Community Service Department, that the project's affordability target be an average of 120% AMI. Reminder, that's an average. Not all units need to be at 120% AMI. You could have some above, some below. Delaney, in her presentation at the October 25th THA subcommittee, presented that there is a demonstrated need for units targeted at 120% AMI within the existing Shandoka program. So that would be consistent with the direction there. And the rents associated with this recommended affordability would support the project's financing for the proposed development and construction amounts as indicated in the project budget summary. Speaking of the project budgets. Specific unit rents for specific units will be set by the Community Services Department when the project is closer to completion. To the project budget summary, which is also in your packet. So you can see the proposed contract sum of $3.6 million. In addition, the proposed 1.225 on top of that for a subtotal of including contingency, for a subtotal of about $4.9 million in hard costs. And we have about $800,000 in soft costs. That includes the Part 1 design and entitlements, financing costs, surveying, special testing, soils report, geotech. All of that good stuff is encapsulated in that number. For a total development cost of about $5.7 million. We are proposing to pay for that through a certificate of participation of $4.95 million, as well as a Town of Telluride cash contribution from the Affordable Housing Fund of approximately $750,000. That comes out to a subsidy per unit of about $63,000 per unit, which is on the lower end of our per unit subsidies for affordable housing projects, which is consistent with a remodel project and seems appropriate given the scope. For reference, the Voodoo per unit subsidy was approximately $175,000 per unit.
For which one? I'm sorry.
For Voodoo.
Does that include the new 9 proposed studios? Subsidy is the same?
So it's, so that's so there's 9 existing units, 3 new proposed, so total of 12 units, 63,000 for the 12.
But we can't really compare new construction to.
You can't, and so that's why I
Yeah.
mentioned that this is, much lower than we're seeing in our other projects.
As we would hope it would be.
Yeah, yeah.
That is the idea.
Yeah, so I don't.
That was the goal.
This is like a unicorn.
If we weren't there, we'd be in trouble. And as you can see, our subsidies to date, and this is estimated, but we have already signed the purchase orders on close to $650,000, or will have done so by the end of the year. So your total additional subsidy for next year will be about $100,000 to proceed with this project. Okay, we are now ready to talk about the project financing approach, in which I would love to turn the mic over to Dalton Kelly. I've just got a slide up here with some key points, but Dalton, if you wouldn't mind walking these folks through what a COP is. We haven't done one in a while.
Yeah, thanks, James. Dalton Kelly with Butler Snow. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so I know it's been a couple of years since the town has done a COP. I also know there's some new town council members and by extension, new Board of Commissioner members for THA. And so I'll start with walking through the structure of the certificates of participation, the COP transaction, because then it's a lot easier to understand where the ground lease that's before the THA board fits into place. And so in its most basic sense, a COP transaction involves the town leasing town-owned property to a trustee pursuant to a site lease. The trustee then pays all of its rent up front in one payment, and that's what the town then uses to do the projects. The way the trustee gets the money to give that rent payment up front is pursuant to an indenture of trust. There are certificates of participation that are issued that are sold to the market, and then those funds from the sale of the COPs are used to make that payment under the site lease. Under the site lease, the trustee has the ability to possess the property for typically 40 years. But then there's a lease back that occurs, and that's pursuant to the lease purchase agreement. And so town lease town-owned property to the trustee. The trustee leases it back to the town. The lease back to the town is subject to annual appropriation, and the town makes annual payments in the discretion of the town council to appropriate in the amount of basically the debt service of the COPs. And so that's how this structure works. Drilling down to this one specifically, and so taking a step back, I guess. So in order for the town to lease property to the trustee under the site lease, it either has to own it or have a leasehold interest in that property. And that's where the ground lease is going to come into play. And so for this particular transaction, what's going to be before the town council here in a moment is an ordinance that's going to authorize the necessary documents for the lease financing. And so what is contemplated is the town would, pursuant to the site lease Building F of the Shandoka Housing Project, Rebecca Hall, and the Public Works Facility. So those three components would make up the lease property to the trustee, and then the trustee would then, pay their rent up front, so the town could then use the money on the project. The project would be the Building F project that James just covered in detail, and then some improvements to the town's water system, mainly improvements to the Mill Creek Water Treatment Plant that will be discussed with the town council here when this item's before the town council. So that's the project. And so just want to delineate those points because I think there was a mistake in the staff memo. I think it was a mistake of my own making, so I apologize for that. But the lease property that's contemplated is Rebecca Hall and the town works, Rebecca Hall, the Public Works Facility, and Building F. That property would be leased to the trustee pursuant to the site lease, and then would be leased back to the town pursuant to the lease purchase agreement. The projects that would be financed are this Building F project that's before you, and then some water projects. Couple things under just understanding this lease purchase structure for the COPs. So what's contemplated for the ground lease is a 50-year ground lease to give the town a leasehold interest in Building F, so then the town can package it up as part of the lease property. The site lease then runs for 40 years, subject to the lease purchase agreement being paid off, and then the lease runs for 30 years, which will reflect the amortization schedule of the COPs. As I mentioned earlier, the lease purchase agreement pursuant to which the town gets its lease back of the lease property is subject to annual appropriation. And so then each year the town council will decide whether to make the required lease payment under the lease purchase agreement in order to be able to use and possess Building F, Rebecca Hall, and the Public Works Facility. One note there is the town council will either have to appropriate for all the property or none of the property. There's not an option to kind of pick and choose. But there is one caveat on that is there is ability to release property by paying off certain portions of the COPs or prepaying your rent, so to speak, or you can always substitute property. And so I know, it's kind of interesting having this packaged together with a THA project and a town project. If for some reason there was a desire to pull Building F out, you could either substitute in different property that has a similar value so that building can be released and you could do something else with it. Or you can simply either refinance or through other means pay off a portion of the COP and release Building F. And so that option's always there, even though the town council has to either appropriate for all of the lease property or none of it. If the town doesn't appropriate, the remedy is that the trustee can come in and possess the lease property for the term of the site lease. And that's why you see the site lease being 10 years longer than the lease purchase agreement. And that just gives the trustee a little bit more time to get its money back if for some reason the town doesn't appropriate. And so they can go lease out the property, but it's always subject to your zoning laws or any other encumbrances on the title. And this becomes important because under the ground lease, we have a restriction that the residential units have to be used for people who are working within the Telluride R1 school district. So let's say, the town ends up not appropriating and the trustee comes in and takes over. Well, the trustee still has to use that Building F property for that workforce housing purpose. And so that helps make sure that it's still used as workforce housing. The trustee still has their remedy in that they can rent it out, but that title restriction will carry forward under the ground lease. And then the other thing I'll note is even though we're talking about one lease with one rent payment that will be due each year for the town can choose how it wants to appropriate for those rental payments. And, here we have, a THA project and a town project, and ultimately Building F will generate some rental income. The town could choose to appropriate kind of THA's portion of the COP from that Building F rental income. And so one thing that Hilltop, Jason's here with Hilltop, can do is give you an amortization schedule that you can use internally so that you can kind of apportion the payments to the two projects. And that way, you know, each side's kind of paying for their portion of the project. And so really, these are just being done together for economies of scale. And so that's really the broad overview of the COP transaction. And so circling back to the beginning of what's in front of the Housing Authority today is, in order for the town to be able to use Building F as part of the lease property, it has to either have an ownership interest or a leasehold interest in Building F that it can then lease or assign over to the trustee. And so what the resolution does is it authorizes a ground lease between the town and the Telluride Housing Authority. The term is for 50 years, subject to, if the site lease is terminated, so that means basically the COPs are paid off, then the ground lease terminates then. So it's just a way to put everything back to status quo once the COPs are paid off. Additionally, if for some reason Building F is released from the site lease, so as we talked about, there's those substitution provisions, or you can always do the release through prepaying some of the rent. If you prepay rent, for instance, and you release Building F from the site lease, then the ground lease also terminates. So then it kind of gets back to status quo. So that 50-year limit is basically out there so that we can do this lease financing in between, but really the leasehold interest is just going to go for the amount of time that Building F is subject to the town site lease to the trustee. Other than that, the ground lease, basically its purpose is set forth to allow the town to lease Building F to the trustee as part of the lease financing. There's not a lot of other bells and whistles on this other than that, except for that use restriction, which I mentioned, which is on the slide before you there at the bottom. There is a provision that says the town has to use this for rental housing for people working within the Telluride R1 school district. That encumbrance then goes forward to the trustee. And so that's the use restriction that'll be on this property, kind of no matter who's using it. I will pause there because I know that's a lot and it's a lot to untangle, and I can take questions.
I have some questions.
I've got one more slide.
Okay.
So let me, if I may, and then we go back to Dalton. I don't want to scramble your brains with 3 small points after we get back into the important financing discussion. So our final items, just a few. So occupancy, approach occupancy will be determined by the Community Services Department closer to completion of the construction and renovation. Opportunities to minimize displacement and multiple moves of residences will be considered. Town units. Subcommittee recommends 3 units in this phase be set aside for town employees, consistent with the recently developed manager's office and town council goals of housing at least 30% of town employees in town constructed housing. And project timeline. If the project is authorized to proceed, subcommittee would recommend demolition and site work begin in December of 23, provided all necessary approvals and financing are secured, with project completion projected for September of 2024, a 9-month construction period. And then recommended motions. I will go back to this slide so that y'all can get to any questions you may have with all.
I have a question. So it was about the terms of the lease, and I'm going to reference a couple specific pages because this was a lot of information. On page 22 of the packet, which I believe, get there. So the memo about the ground lease, it says under background, the 3rd bullet, that part of the lease is to use the property to construct and operate housing for residents of the Telluride region and daycare / early childhood education. And then in the lease on page 33, 34 of the packet, it specifically says, under, let's see. Sorry, this is dense. So 34, page 34 of the packet, it says that we would be in default if we used the premises for anything other than housing for people in the Telluride school district, the R1 school district. So that like inconsistency there, like felt like, I don't know, that jumped out at me.
Basically, that there's not a parallel language on allowing
Yeah.
for both housing and childcare in both documents.
And I know that, you know, there wasn't childcare put into the remodel that we're looking at, but I don't want us to limit ourselves down the line if we decide to change something with the use of that space.
Absolutely. I'll let Dalton speak in a second. But my theory is that provision for daycare is a remnant from when we were deciding what the lease area for this phase one was going to be. So building F is located on lot A of the Bachman Village subdivision, which includes the daycare that is actually on the other side, on the south side of Black Bear Road. So technically the daycare is on the building F lot. Now, what we ended up doing was reducing the lease area to just the north building of Shandoka. So there is no, at this point, there is no proposed daycare use in the leasehold area. So I believe that was from the memo was just a remnant from when we were contemplating using all of lot A. So that should be immaterial to the actual lease documents. I can't imagine that we would be proposing daycare within just this building. I'll let Lance and or Dalton speak to
No,
that.
James's recollection is correct. The, parcel A includes the daycare. And so any moving forward with phase two or those types of projects, we will be carving out for daycare to make sure that that can stay in the leases moving forward. But this sublease or the small lease for building or phase one is really limited just to the building James referenced, which is the north building.
So the bottom line is the legal documents are correct. The memo just incorrectly stated a broader use would occur.
Okay.
I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, excellent.
And just, we can, if there is thought from the board, the THA board, or from staff that we need to authorize that broader use, the resolution approves the ground lease as to form. And so if we get that direction, we could add a broader use to the ground lease, so that's contemplated. But ultimately, and you'll see it in your packet, that depiction of the ground lease, we did skinny down the property that's subject to the ground lease. So we're really talking about just a portion of lot A. And so it really just comes down to that small portion that Lance and James described.
Yeah, I might just layer in there that while not contemplating childcare in the building F itself, we certainly want to leave ourselves open to down the road allowing for an in-unit childcare space like we did over at Sunnyside, for example. But it seems like that in-unit childcare is going to go hand in glove with it being a deed restricted residential unit as well. So it doesn't seem like we would be counter on that, but that would be the only low-hanging opportunity for childcare in this building I would see would be an in-home unit. That would not replace a housing unit, I wouldn't suspect, though.
I have a question just as a new council person, and obviously if this COP isn't something that we've done recently or that we're not super aware of, maybe it will be beneficial for everyone else. Is there any inherent risks or, of us doing this with defaults and what those look like that we should be conscious of when making this decision? Like, I understand the lease and 50 years and how we're doing all that, but like, what are the risks? What's the worst case scenario of something like if we go forward with something like this? Great. Glad I could.
Yeah.
Dalton, do you want me to take that or do you want to take it? I can give a brief intro and then maybe you could take it from there.
That sounds great to me.
Yeah, it's a really good question because you should understand all the consequences that could come. The most serious consequence is council fails to appropriate the money on a yearly basis for the lease terms. And then the property, which was under that lease back arrangement to the town, when you don't make those payments, that property lease then is terminated and it goes back to the trustee. The trustee can use that property for a variety of things, but the restriction continues. That was the use restriction that Dalton was mentioning, that it has to be for individuals who are employed in the boundaries of the R1 school district. So you would lose the property for that lease period, whether it's a 30 or 40 year period. And hopefully this never comes to fruition. It's something you would never want to have happen. And then that trustee takes over that property. Now, we probably should talk a little bit about the remedies on Rebecca Hall and Public Works. And I don't think we have a similar restriction or use restriction for those facilities, do we, Dalton?
We do not. And so really the only use restrictions on those would be subject to your current zoning or any future zoning that's on that property. Otherwise, the trustee would be able to use it like any other, lessee or landowner, be able to use those properties.
So I remember this question came up when we had Rebecca Hall previously pledged as well. So again, the worst case scenario there would be Rebecca Hall is no longer a town facility if you breach the lease, and an individual from the trustee relationship could sublease it out, they could use it on their own, provided it's consistent with the zoning, or if there are any use restrictions for it. There could be a variety of uses that could occur to what is viewed now as a traditional public building. You're pledging an important public asset, and that's why it's so important, or why it's deemed so important for the holders of the financial obligations, because they want to know that the town would stand to significantly lose an asset for a period of time, not permanently, if you don't make those required payments. And no one wants to lose Rebecca Hall. No one wants to lose the Public Works facility or any of our housing assets.
But it's just collateralized for the term of the lease, correct?
That's correct. And it could be released early. And I think as Dalton pointed out, you can also substitute property in. So let's say you wanted to do something different with Rebecca Hall, and you want to release it from that financial obligation. As long as you can put up other collateral or other pledged assets that would satisfy the individuals involved in holding those COPs, you can substitute property in and out.
Yeah, and I think the big point there, and I think Kevin, that was a great explanation, is they can't sell this building, that they can't take it over and foreclose like a mortgage and then go sell it off. Their remedy is really to try to lease this out to other users. And so really what the COP holders are looking to is what is the likelihood that the town is going to appropriate, because they're taking that appropriation risk, because, really these remedies might not be great. The other thing is, the town would probably take a credit hit if it didn't appropriate, if you're not trustworthy to do this, and that's really the other consequence. But otherwise, really the thing on the line is your use of these three properties for the term of the COP. The COP documents are structured that, parts will be released as you pay it down, or you can always release or substitute, as we've discussed. But I just want to make clear that you're never in danger of losing the property permanently, but you could lose it for the term of that site lease.
I have a question that's not related to the COP, but more just the financing slide with the 1.225 million with the windows and the roof and stuff set aside. Can you remind me, I know you mentioned earlier in this presentation that we are still deciding when we would do those improvements, or are we just still in negotiations with the contractor about what that exact price is, and we're just putting a placeholder number in there?
I think the answer to your question is yes. So it's a timing issue, it's a pricing issue, it's a negotiation issue.
Okay, but we're planning to do all of those things, which is why we're allocating that money. We're not planning to remodel the inside, have people move in, and then do the windows and the roof in a year or two, hopefully.
I don't believe that's a preferred outcome, but it is a possibility. It is an authorized use of those funds. Yeah, we're still in negotiations, trying to figure out the best path forward for those discrete.
Got it.
And
items.
it might make sense to order all the windows for both phases at the same time.
Right.
With the metal siding, there might be some efficiencies. And then there'll be an inconvenience to the folks that are living in there, but that's happened before. Ideally, we get it done during the first phase.
Is that 1.225 million, is that just for the north building, or is that for all three buildings within F building?
So that would be for the north building.
Just for.
I mean, this is the same numbers we looked at in THA subcommittee. I'm just
correct. Yeah, but that's how they're broken out.
reframing the, yeah.
All right, I have a bunch of questions and I'm sorry, this is a lot. COPs are just a beast. So with the land lease thing, I'm assuming there's some sort of interest rate, like where do you guys make your money? Like, how does that work?
Oh, okay, so we're your bond counsel, and so you just pay us a legal fee at a cost of issuance. So when the COPs are sold, you pay basically everyone's fees out of that. Where COP holders make their money on this is there's an interest rate that is tied to those COPs. So like a bond or another obligation, they'll have a COP that says, it's $1 million and bears interest at, 4% interest rate. And so they'll get paid interest semi-annually until the maturity date. Your lease payments under the lease mirror that. And then those financial decisions on what the pricing parameters could be for those COPs are set forth in the town's ordinance. So the way this works is pursuant to the ordinance, you delegate to the mayor, the town manager, and the finance director the authority to make final pricing determinations within certain parameters. And those parameters set forth the maximum term of the site lease, maximum term of the lease, maximum principal amount of the COPs, maximum annual repayment, total repayment. And one of those is the net effective interest rate. And so on the pricing day, your underwriter is Stifel Nicholas and Company. They will price the COPs with the market, and then they'll make an offer pursuant to a purchase agreement to purchase all the COPs. And then that locks in your interest rate. And so COP holders get paid over time. Twice a year they get paid interest. And then when their principal is due through the town's rent payments, your other financing staff, and so bond counsel, your disclosure counsel, your financial advisor, all of that group gets paid out of cost of issuance. So it's built into the price of your financing and basically is amortized, with the rest of the financing.
And Dalton, let me jump in here again. Good afternoon, council. This is Jason Simmons at Hilltop Securities, municipal advisor. And as Dalton said, Stifel is the underwriter in this transaction. It said on this slide that the interest rates are projected to be set in mid-January and January 17th. And in that process, we have a fiduciary duty to our clients, to the town in this situation. So we will work with Stifel to make sure that those interest rates that are set on those COPs on January 17th, we feel are market interest rates. And, the nice thing is that interest rates have been moving down over the last, 4 to 5 weeks. And so they're kind of at a mid-average level over the last 20 years. But that is our role in this transaction when it comes to the actual pricing of the transactions, making sure that those interest rates that are set on those COPs are market rates.
Okay, and then so the total that we can get the COP for, I think if I'm reading this correctly, is $13 million.
Correct. And those numbers are a little bit higher. I think, we put some room in there. These are all maximums. The most recent set of numbers is closer to about 9.5 million. We've been working with a projected project fund for the water project of about 5 million. And for the Shandoka project, about 4.8 million. We built a little room in there in case some things move around, but right now it's about 9.5 million, to generate about $10 million of total proceeds. Is what we're looking at. And the maximum interest rate we had in the ordinance was 6. Right now, sitting here today, we're still about 4.75. Again, rates have been moving down. They haven't been quite volatile this year. Again, we do build some flexibility into those documents, into those ordinance parameters, but right now you're at about a 475.
Okay, and so when we take out our lump sum, if we pay off or we do these different projects in phases, we still pay the interest rate off of the total lump sum that we take the COP for, not in chunks.
Correct. You'll take it all, all the funds will be available to you at closing or projected closing right now at the end of January. But in the current interest rate environment, one of the benefits is you can take all of that, essentially $9.5–10 million of proceeds. You can invest those up to about that 475 interest rate, and you can earn interest on those proceeds as they are spent down, which again, in today's interest rate environment can be quite substantial. And that can help offset additional project costs or other needs. Or if, at the end of the day, it can be used to repay base rentals at the end of the day if it's not needed for project costs.
Thank you. And then I guess my other question is probably more geared towards Teddy and Ashley, who are familiar with real estate. Does this total dollar amount, this like 5 something, make sense per square footage for like a renovation of, this is out of my wheelhouse for construction costs.
It's tough to
But
say.
it's not a pure renovation because we're building new units. That's why it's a little tough. But
and then the other thing is, if it's structurally sound, why are we setting aside $1.2 million for like roofing and siding and windows? Like, that doesn't sound like it's structurally sound to me. Like,
Well, those are not structural components, the roof siding.
My
Those
bigger
are wear material.
yeah, those aren't structural.
Yeah,
My bigger concern
framing
would
and
be that if you have the issue has been a water damage problem with pipes and stuff like that, these buildings are large. And so when you're doing an inspection, you might be looking at one area of that building and that area looks fine. And then as we get deeper and deeper and deeper, we actually find that there is wood rot or things like that are of a more structural nature. So that again, if you have this fixed price, that's not necessarily the budget per se. That's like that's where the maximum that we would pay out at is,
Guaranteed
correct?
So I definitely have a lot of comments that I've been sort of saving until we move to council discussion.
Let's stick to
Yeah.
the
But
questions and we will get to. It has not been a unanimous decision getting to this point, but let's make sure everybody is on the same page with their understanding of what we're being presented by staff and council or bond council, excuse me.
Well, then
Before we get into our.
I guess then back to Teddy and Ashley, because my question, homes cost, I'm not a realtor nor am I a builder, but so I'm not privy to the information of, prices per square foot of construction, whether it's renovation or remodel, new construction. So I lean on your expertise in this situation. To you guys who probably do this a lot more, I guess it seems like a lot.
It seems reasonable knowing the climate and what's out there. When we have such limited subcontractors to draw from and you're competing against the free market and those kind of things, it makes it very challenging. And the other thing to keep in mind with, buildings like this, when you start hitting that 30-year or so mark, it's going to deteriorate quite quickly. And so I think it's, my humble opinion is that, it's a good time to look at redoing it. And we got handed a little bit of a gift, knowing that the foundation was sound and that the framing was in really good shape, almost surprisingly so to the engineer. But I think if we don't do it, and being new, I don't know if that's anything even possible, but I think you would see a rapid deterioration of it in addition to the existing problems that exist.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't need to do anything. I'm just trying to, I guess, is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't know. I'm interested in hearing from everybody.
I also think it's worth just acknowledging that this is our first major remodel and part of our goals and objectives for the town of Telluride has always been, generation and preservation of affordable housing. So at some point or another, we're going to have to remodel buildings that we've built. It's, maybe frustrating is not the right word, but it's interesting that if F building is not our oldest building, but it's the first one that has come up for remodel, just based on all of the, the plumbing issues that, James outlined, that we are getting, quite a few maintenance calls and spending a lot of money and interrupting people's enjoyment of their apartment to get in the walls, fix pipes that are not installed properly. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what instigated this whole evaluation of this section of buildings. And the good news of finding, that the framing was in pretty good shape. But I think something to bring up that we've discussed with staff and with the construction company is, that we want this to be an exploratory remodel. So sort of going to what Ashley mentioned, like making sure that we inspect every little part as we're going and be nimble with what needs to be replaced and what doesn't. So even though it says that we're going to try and only replace sheetrock where we need to cut a surgical hole to fix a pipe, if it looks bad in there, we're going to take the sheetrock out and start over.
Okay.
And that kind of thing. That's been communicated very strongly, thanks to input from Dan about, I'll let him explain his opinions on this whole process. But we started with, well, of course, we would just want to tear the whole thing down and start over because, efficiencies in building and heating and all these things have improved so much in 30 years. But as we found that the structure was, that the framing was and the foundation were good, why not be like a little more picky about what we're replacing and whatnot?
Yep.
If nobody else has major questions.
One more.
Oh, yeah.
Just on that topic of if we were to just address the plumbing in specific, those horizontal runs, what would a price estimate for that be, for that work?
Sure. So again, caveated a little bit because you can't, I can't just say, well, I can just give you the plumbing run numbers, but then you also have to get into the drywall. You also have to get into replacing some fixtures. You have to, there's some general conditions. There's some, so, it starts to add up rather than, if you just saw a plumbing number, it's more than that. So my estimate is would be about $500,000.
Thank you.
So just before we dive into our deliberations or our discussion, council discussion, I think one part of this presentation that really hasn't been as much of a component as I'd hope that I just want to touch on is the sort of the need for the 120% average is sort of what we would consider a tier 2 or a higher income bracket for rental than what Shandoka has been in the past. It'll be more similar to what we have at Virginia Placer or some of the more expensive units at Sunnyside. And I think that when given this opportunity, I hope that we can look at it as an opportunity to upgrade these units and making these units more targeted to a higher average for income. That is the reason why I think it's really important to replace all the finishes and have sort of a nicer baseline appliances, flooring, windows, etc., because they're going to be more expensive apartments and they're going to be occupied by, on average, sort of higher income section of people in the community. So we didn't talk about that a ton. We haven't gotten the presentation from Delaney about it, but I think that it's a clear, and maybe me or Dan want to add to this, but we have a clear need for units that fit this income range that's more expensive than what is in Shandoka currently. And it should be guiding what kind of products we build. So that's the reason why I think it's really important to do this full sort of interior remodel so that these look like new units inside, as opposed to just fixing the things that we know are a problem. Dan's going to explain to you why his opinion differs on that. But I think personally that it's just really important that when we have an empty building and the opportunity to remodel a 30-year-old asset that the town built a long time ago that's been sort of degrading over time, that we just do a full overhaul so that we don't have to come back later, sooner, I guess. And I used to live in F building, so I think it's really cool that we're remodeling it. That was my first place I lived when I moved here. But not in this north building, in the next building. But with that,
you guys have anything, staff, or?
And I think
Couple questions here.
Dan before Dan speaks, I think you just kind of hit on something that I think the public and new council members need to be aware of, which is that there has been an evolution of the philosophical thought process when it comes to this building. I think when we initially decided that we needed to address this, we thought we were gonna have to tear this building down. And what we wanted to do is tear it down, replace it with something that would serve the exact same community. But as these conversations went along, and as Delaney did some of the things that we asked her to do as council, we realized that there is this group of our community that are over the income that we anticipated for certain buildings. And so what we're trying to do now is use this project to make everything work, kind of to reset our rental, rental system that we've had in existence without any real data or data points or income information that, you know, that would have helped us maybe make different decisions at the time. And so I'm really grateful to Delaney for the work that she's done and really highlighting that we do have community members that have been living in our rental units that have been incredibly uncomfortable because they were terrified of losing their housing because they were making too much to be in one particular type of unit, but not enough to be able to make the jump to free market. And so I think it's just really, I think that as you hear the three of us maybe spiritedly debate this in front of everyone, like that you understand that this has been a process where I think a lot of opinions have changed throughout the course of the conversation. And just to kind of keep in mind that now we're looking not just at replacing a building with exactly what it was, but in creating a rental market that actually works for the community that we have.
And just for a little more hard information, general data, but basically Delaney's been working on collecting income information from all of those households we discussed that I mentioned in council reports. I think she'd heard back at the last meeting from 74% of the households in Shandoka. And of those households, 51 or 52% of those households were over income for what our current guidelines say that you can make for your household. So theoretically, that's half of Shandoka. Let's assume that the numbers stay the same once we collect 100% of the return or 100% of the occupants instead of just 74%. But if it was to stay the same all the way up, that's half of the people of the households living in Shandoka, in air quotes, make too much money to live in Shandoka. So we don't want that to be any sort of knowledge that we got that makes us think that we want to be kicking people out of Shandoka, but what we want to do is readjust what we offer so that we can make segments and tiers that work for what our population actually is and make sure that nobody feels uncomfortable in their units. And so we need more of those next tier up, more expensive units, because we don't have enough other units for people who are over income in Shandoka currently to move into.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just as a newbie.
Of course.
I'm gonna like ride that train as long as I can. I'm pretty sure this is true, but I don't want to have an incorrect basis for my thoughts here. Shandoka has a range of people that can live there based on your AMI, but then the actual rent that you pay is a sliding scale, correct? It's not a set amount.
Technically, the laws for the guidelines for Shandoka say that you're not supposed to make more than 5 times what your monthly rent is for your household.
Okay, so that's how it's
theoretically AMI. It could be looked at as 20%, right? It's not a sliding scale. Each unit has a rate, and that's the rental rate for that unit.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, great. I was wrong. So
we just have the one, and since Shandoka, since we've built these other units, we have different rules about AMI. This is why we need to like get this all under one policy, one roof of
How many hours per week do you have to work to live in Shandoka? 17?
Right now it's 1,000 in the year. And right?
Yeah.
And
that's pretty low.
It's like 17.
It's pretty low.
17 hours a week.
For comparison's sake, when I moved to Telluride and I moved into Shandoka in 2009,
it's 19.
We picked which 3-bedroom unit we wanted to sign a lease for because there was no wait list and it wasn't full. And those days are over. So now we have folks who are making up to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year that are living in Shandoka right now.
I-
And not, probably not tons.
We're getting into multiple
Yeah, okay,
conversations.
yeah, this
Let's keep it. Yeah.
Anyway, the point is the client, the snapshot has changed. And so here we are and we have this opportunity with this building. I think if everybody else is cool with it, unless there's more questions, I think we can treat this like a work session, ask questions as you want. I would love to give Dan the floor because I know he's wants to share his opinion on this, which differs from mine, and we'll go from there.
Great, thank you. I agree that from the initial viewpoint that we had, the initial data of water leaks and bad pipes, there was definitely a lot of information to want to dive into this building further and look into it. And we have, and as has been mentioned, we got a much better report than we anticipated. We did get a pretty comprehensive breakdown from Cushing Terrell on this. It was during a special THA meeting on June 21st. I encourage you all to go back and look at that packet and look at that viewpoint. I pulled a few quotes from it about F building. The structure is in very good overall condition. Interior finishes were in good condition. Exterior deck framing and decking was observed to be in good condition. It is my opinion, that is Cushing Terrell, that the buildings are in good to very good condition and performing acceptably. The superstructure, which is largely the roof, the superstructure is in remarkably. Those continued elements that we see are performing very well. And to quote again, good to very good condition, and the building is performing acceptably. And so that's where we get 3 additional studios, and you guys have all heard me talk. I'm building more affordable housing is my #1 issue. It's the thing I care most about. But there has to be a line somewhere. It can't just be affordable housing at any price. Geneva said we have to readjust what we offer, and I agree. But I think, as Scott highlighted earlier today, we are continuing to build a lot, and we have a lot of things coming down our pipeline. We have a lot more to do on that front. There's a long way to go, and we're nowhere near the finish line. But in my mind, this true low AMI target building, if we lose this asset, we'll never be able to get it back. With the cost of construction and how expensive everything has gotten, this asset is something that we have paid off entirely. It is something that we have no ability to get back if we lose, as far as without providing a high level of subsidy and using a lot more tax dollars down the road to really target that true low AMI target. And so I'm a Shandoka resident, excuse me. And I'm one of those people making too much money now, but I want out of Shandoka. You've probably all heard me say it. I'm trying to move up. I'm trying to move into something more suited to this position in my life, and town's working on those opportunities. The free market is more or less out of reach for me and most other working people in the town of Telluride. And so I still have a lot of hesitance. I think, as James highlighted, there's some issues, the plumbing in particular, but you tackle the issue. And when professionals are taking comprehensive looks at this, and again, don't take my word for it, please read the June 21st packet from the Housing Authority and see all the ways in which they highlight how this building continues to perform acceptably, even for a 30-year-old building. There's, of course, work that can be done for that, but as Jesse Ray was saying, I don't think we're getting bang for the buck on this one. I don't think 3 studios at $1 million a piece is efficient use of taxpayer money. I think we have other projects we could direct those monies, those resources, and our staff time towards that would be much more effective and help take a bigger chunk or take a bigger piece out of the affordable housing project problem that we have. And so I'm still highly skeptical about this. Especially when we're talking about in a couple of years' time, spending almost $1.25 million on replacing just this section of a roof that was, in quote, remarkably good condition and recently replaced within relatively recently replaced. That to me is not how we should be spending taxpayer dollars. And there's conversations to be had about AMI tiers and how do we acknowledge where people have gone and some of the incomes people are earning in there. I view those as separate conversations. I think that we should have those conversations. We should continue to provide town residents, rental residents, residents of Telluride projects with options, continue to build rungs of our economic ladder to allow people to move up to them and move into units that better fit their lives at that point. But to me, I think we got some initial early warning signs that were, again, enough reason to look into it. And then we've sort of continued down that path without really assessing, are we serving the greatest and highest good with this? I don't think we are.
So one of the things I'd like to respond with, if that's okay. I don't know. I'm the chair of this, so I don't want to like bogart it, but obviously I have a lot of opinions about it. I think that with 56 Shandoka households being out of compliance basically with our regulations for Shandoka and having the opportunity to find suitable housing units for a large chunk of them with this F building redevelopment process, we have a really good opportunity to tackle this. I think that what we've proven by looking at the income levels within Shandoka is that we have more of a need for the higher income units than for the lower income units. And so using an opportunity to create them now makes sense. And I also think that if we did what Dan is suggesting, which is just, sort of more of a triage, I guess, approach, or like take the things that really need to get replaced and replace them, but leave the flooring the same, the blinds the same, the appliances, the 30-year-old refrigerators, et cetera, old bathrooms, and then moving in and creating tier 2 or whatever we're going to call it, the next level up of income for renters is not going to seem fair for folks who are paying more money for rent to be in the older finish units. But also that ultimately we are going to have to replace all of these things at some point. And we're here now with an empty building. And I know that while interest rates may be higher now, I don't really see the construction industry getting cheaper soon. So getting something done now in these dollars before even more inflation makes sense to me. I think I'll leave it at that.
It seems like based on like the two kind of counterpoints that are being presented here, though, it seems like a lot of it could just be rectified by if we're changing who's allowed to live there and how much rent they could pay, then that could help offset some of the cost that we're not wanting to maybe just pass along to every person that's there, that it's a legitimate, like, hey, we're changing this format. Like we're talking about for how we're going to deal with AMIs and incomes and rents and stuff like that, that right now, the way that this is presented is reflecting the old way that we've been doing things versus if it's represented with a new type of, funding mechanism, be it through the rents that people with higher AMIs are being able to spend. It seems like then that would offset some of the things that you're concerned about, which I agree with, is it's like the amount of money that we're looking at doing for something like this, I agree. I don't think that our construction prices are going to go down considerably. Nobody likes to take a pay cut. It's like, the price of milk, once it goes up, doesn't drop back down. It's kind of the same thing with construction prices, more or less. So it feels like when buildings start getting into this 30-year, 40-year, 50-year age, even though something might be in exceptional condition right now, they can degrade very quickly. And I mean, it's true, they can.
Sure, but it can also not. It can also stay in above average and good condition.
But I guess it's like if we're talking about a phased approach to this project, correct? We're not talking about we're going to do this for every single unit in Shandoka. And if this is a need that we're seeing, and there is, you know, we're talking about 50% of the people are making above what they should be making in these places anyway. You could be curing the problems that we have 2 ways by this type of a project, I guess, is like the way that I'm looking at it.
But the projects we're going to be building are going to be more suitable. And in my vision, the people that are over income, myself included, are going to be moving into Voodoo and Carhenge and Canyonlands and Tower House that are being constructed at those current higher prices and with nicer amenities, and going to be moving them up and making room for some of the lower AMI tiers that we still are going to need more data on. And that's why we're undertaking the comprehensive housing needs assessment with the county and Mountain Village. And there is lower income earners in our region. A lot of them commute from out of the region and aren't currently part of our housing supply, but would like to be brought in. And that would create greater stability, greater buy-in, greater community members on that. And so to just charge more for the same old thing or the updated thing, I mean.
We're not doing that, Dan, like that's.
No, I mean.
What we're talking about is.
But don't focus on that one little point, like here, my whole, like, we have multiple housing projects coming down the pipeline.
We do, and nobody is disputing the number of projects that we have coming, and you and I have obviously had this conversation quite a bit, you know, and I definitely, you know, initially was with you in regards to if we didn't have these massive project problems that we initially thought we had with this building, then yes, maybe we needed to pause completely. But the fact of the matter is we also have a very broken housing system right now, and we need to start correcting it. And I believe that by creating a nicer product than what currently exists and charging more for it, but maybe not as much as other projects, we are starting to create a tiered system where the people that come here when they're 20 years old can start to move through a housing market that right now is completely stagnated. You are in a unit no matter what. Doesn't matter if you get married, doesn't matter if you get divorced, doesn't matter anything that's going on in your life. You have children, you can only stay in your Shandoka unit because there's nowhere else for you to go. And people are terrified that they are going to lose their housing if they take an extra shift. They're terrified that if people find out how much they make, they're going to get kicked out. We need to start moving people from one type of unit up and up and up. There needs to be a ladder. We need to start creating the ladder. And I believe that this project is one of those incremental rungs that we can use to start that process. Yes, we have other projects coming on down the pipe, but I don't love the idea of a family living in Shandoka making $300,000 and still paying that rent. That feels fundamentally unfair, but I don't want to kick them out because I don't know that they have someplace else to go.
And I
so
agree.
we have to start the process of creating the movement so that way.
I mean, you're talking at me like I disagree about
No, I
that
know
point,
you-
but
I know you do, but if we keep them as low income, then there's no extra
but how do you,
step on the
how-
ladder.
what
I
are you
think is Mia's
basing
point.
it off of, that there's not more demand for that low income that just can't have anyone move into it because there's nothing available in that? What are you basing that on?
Well, I'm thinking that if people, I do think that there's demand for it, of course, but I think that as you said, as people are moving into Voodoo, as people are moving into, I hope, this project, their units are becoming available and opening up lower income apartments that we have maintained, that we have not changed yet.
Yeah, so we agree there,
We're
but,
done, we'll let Teddy talk.
but what we're disagreeing on is how much that need is. And that's what I feel unsure about and don't feel like I have any data to support whether or not if we again lose this asset of that low income housing, we will be able to recapture that. And I think that there is great enough to demand.
Of course, there's demand. There's demand for every level.
So-
But we know that we have over half of our Shandoka residents out of compliance, and we cannot be an organization that doesn't enforce our own rules.
And
Because
again, I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
conversation.
what I'm saying is when we have sufficient low AMI people living, working in our town that will fill every building within Shandoka, including F buildings, and then continue to have these other rungs of the ladder. I don't feel like I have the data to show that one way or another, and I'd love to be proven wrong, but I don't think, that's why we need that comprehensive housing.
Let's
needs
give
assessment.
someone else a chance to speak.
I just want, just as a data point, Dan, because I know that that is an important, we definitely have the data to show that we have families living in Shandoka that can move to a renovated F building at a higher rental rate.
Sure.
And then free up those units for lower income families.
Sure.
So we do have that data point. That's, I think, very
that's-
important to.
But that's not what I'm saying. My point is, there is more demand than what it, outside of Shandoka for Shandoka units at a low AMI target.
But of course there is.
So
It's
then
like-
why are we getting rid of them?
We're not getting rid of them. I
Yes, we
think,
are.
no, we're not, because there are people that, the point is that
free
there
up.
are people that occupy them already.
Uh-huh.
Would, that are above that AMI level.
Uh-huh.
That would move into this other space. That doesn't mean that this lower space got eradicated.
But we will be charging more.
It
for
is, in fact, that's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
That's, if you're, yeah.
That's my point.
Teddy, what do you want to add to the conversation?
I just want to say that, if it was just, the scenario of replacing a building and the costs, that's one thing. But, as somebody new to the discussion and seeing systematically what's happened over the years, to be able to attack two issues at once is extremely important to me, in my opinion, which is, not only remodeling the unit to get more people with in certain qualifications of AMI and creating those steps to get less and less restrictive and hopefully someday out of it. That's a huge thing for me. But then also, let's not wait for the shoe to drop before any of these buildings turn into a situation where it's an emergency to replace all of them and displacing folks and things of that nature. So although, I definitely understand Dan's point and there's aspects to it that I agree upon if it was, sitting by itself. But to me, it's kind of, you're starting to work on fixing two very important things for our community, and I'm all for the approach.
I think a lot of this conversation has focused around AMI, but I think there's a really important logistical aspect to this. I think we need to think about providing quality housing as well as a quantity of housing, and 30-year-old carpet, 30-year-old tile, 30-year-old appliances, as landlords to our citizens, we need to make sure that we're upholding a standard of upkeep in these buildings. And it will cost more to renovate, one unit at a time or to do the carpets than it will to do this all at once. If we kind of put it off and do it in little bits down the road, it's going to be more efficient if we take this project on as a whole and do it while it's empty. I think, thinking about how remodels to buildings are inevitable and we have an opportunity to improve the quality of living in one of our affordable housing units, regardless of what we end up charging for it. I think that's an opportunity that we should embrace because it's inevitable. It just is. And it is with every building we have built and every building we will ever build. They will eventually need to be fixed because and these are not lightly used apartments. These are heavily lived in. In fact, I slept in Geneva's F building apartment when I was in college. I think there were 12 of us in there. So I think we have to be, yeah, it was just a visit. But I think we just also have to keep in mind that, yeah, these are not lightly used kitchens. These are not lightly used toilets. These are, and so I think that an important part of this, regardless of how we end up pricing this, is that the easiest way to undertake this remodel, that whether it needs to happen now or in 5 years or in 10 years, is to do it when the building's empty and when we can do it all at once, buy the materials in bulk, get a bunch of workers in there. They're going to be more efficient if they're doing all of the tile at once than if they're doing it an apartment at a time. So, I think it's clear that I think this is a good idea, but I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind, is that some of these things are going to be inevitable. And the timing is really right now with the building empty. And that's just, I think something we should take advantage of.
I don't think that anybody up here is against doing these improvements. I think we're the,
I think Dan
there's the,
is.
but no, I don't think Dan is at all. I mean, I think we need,
You literally said it.
oh, come on, dude.
What, I live in an older Shandoka building with older appliances. Again, it's not the nicest in the world, but it has afforded me so many opportunities. It's the reason I'm here. It allows me to take jobs that allow me to be flexible and prioritize my passions in life, like serving my community. And that's a great asset. That is a wonderful experience that I get to be here. And the only way I can do it is because I can afford to not work 3 to 4 jobs all the time and be here. And so,
well,
again, I am ready to move up. Anybody listening, I am trying to move out of Shandoka.
I think that there's a couple different.
My building's older and worse.
I think we have to do this remodel on this renovation on the F building, no matter what. I think we need to do some renovations on all the buildings in Shandoka. I've been saying it for years. I think it's important that people feel good when they come home. And I have so many friends that live over there, and we know about some of the ventilation issues, you know, and there's fans, there's mouse traps, you know, it just is what it is. It's an old building and we old buildings, and we just need to make, you know, upgrades as we can when we can. I love that we don't have to, it's not a tear down project, but it has brought up some bigger issues, you know, like AMIs. I'm not down for it to be 120% AMI in Shandoka ever, period. I don't think that's appropriate. I think it also brought up like the regulations and requirements to live in Shandoka. That's another conversation, and we should probably have that sooner than later. And then I think, yeah, those are the 2 big ones for me. But I think, you know, we do need to go ahead and do this, but
Jesse Ray, if with a COP bond, we are effectively tying our hands on what the rents are going to be. Like,
Yeah, that's what we're voting on today. Is,
Yeah.
Are we willing to move forward with this? And with it only works if the average AMI target for the units in this building is 120%.
I'm not done with that.
To remind everyone when they look at, and for the listening audience, when you're looking at the pricing budget summary, the important number to pay attention to when you're thinking about taxpayer money is the $757,950. That's our subsidy. It comes out of the Affordable Housing Fund, which we all know is fed annually by a property tax, some sales tax, short-term rental taxes, short-term rental fees, etc. That is the taxpayer money that's going into this building. The rest of the money, the COP bond and all of the things that are on this total for the total construction cost are paid by rents over a long period of time. So this is not the town of Telluride paying $5.057 million to remodel this. We are waving goodbye to $757,950, but not the total amount. The total amount gets paid off over time by rent. And I think that that's a key element to this that people often don't misunderstand, and why when you are listening to how much is the town paying to build an affordable housing project, pay attention to the subsidy, not the total amount, because the total amount for the construction cost is paid either by rent or by selling the units to the people who are going to buy them. To remember, we're not building these properties and then renting the units for free. So we're talking about $757,000 out of, what did we bring into the Affordable Housing Fund this year? $4 or $5 million.
You know, 120% AMI at Sunnyside is different than 120% AMI at Shandoka. And to Dan's point, eliminating, how many units are there currently in that
There's
F building?
Nine
For phase one.
You know, of these lower tiered pricing units, like
And you still feel that way even after knowing that over half of the people who live in Shandoka
well,
are
the
make too much money to live in their
regulations and
units.
requirements for Shandoka are archaic, so it's no wonder that they'd, you know, make too much money. And the cost of living has simply gone up so high for everybody else in Telluride, and people have to pay their employees whether they live in free market or deed restriction or Shandoka, the same amount of money. It's like, sorry, you get half, the amount per hour because you live in Shandoka as opposed to whether you live somewhere else. Like, that's not gonna fly.
Right, but we're trying to fix that by making these units in the appropriate rates.
But they
and
still
with nicer-
serve a need within our community.
I guess the point is, I don't feel like doing this is eliminating that service of the need. Because you already have, what we're saying is that a large proportion of the people that are occupying the space are already outside of that bubble. They're already above the AMI that you're wanting to preserve. So by creating a space like Dan and other people that are already exceeding the AMI allowable, you're gonna pull them out of these other units that then could truly be enforced at the levels that we're talking about. So then you're actually you're not taking away anything from anybody who has a low AMI. You're gonna open up those units for people who truly have those AMIs while giving a higher priced product to somebody who can afford it.
So basically
I don't-
swap it.
I don't.
And it's not an either or, because
I
it's
don't-
only 700,000 change, right, Geneva? So this is, like, one of the arguments was, well, then we're taking money away from other projects. Well, I don't want to say only 750,000.
No,
The exact
it's
number.
real money.
It's real
But
money.
it's not holding us back from doing
Other
other projects.
projects,
We
no.
haven't maxed out our affordable housing fund spending, and it continues to go up annually as property rates have gone up.
And we're not approving these numbers right now, right?
We are.
We're proving that we will engage with this COP and that we will set rental rates for an average household targeting of 120% AMI. The specifics of which unit would cost how much for what zone of people is to be decided later. Right now, we're hoping to get this we have an empty building. We hope to start construction next month and have it ready for move-in by the fall. But if we can't come to a vote to move forward, then I don't know what happens. So do we feel, is anybody on the fence, or is everybody feeling strongly like of their opinions? Cause we can debate this forever, and believe me, we do at THA meetings every month, and you're welcome to join us. But I would love to keep moving on with this, as long as everybody feels strongly in how they want to vote on approving this recommendation or not.
This honestly sucks, like, not voting for it is like voting against affordable housing, and voting for it is,
Should be used to that
Before-
feeling by now.
You would think I would be, but this is just this is an exceptionally difficult one, because I don't like this 120 AMI, especially knowing so many people in Sunnyside and Longwell and Silverjack that are like struggling to make ends meet because they're in these new tiers and they've picked up extra jobs, and like then with the rental increases every year. I mean, like, this is.
That's not the situation in Shandoka. The
But
situation.
if it might be when you go to 120% AMI for these newer units, like.
I would even say, come to THA.
Yeah.
Maybe, and hear some of these conversations, because
I
I
l-
think, because a lot of the cases that we're talking about right now that are causing you concern, there are people that, we are in a housing crisis and we are aware of that.
We are all aware of
obviously,
that.
But people also were so desperate to have a solid roof over their head that they jumped tiers. And so because there wasn't whatever tier they qualified for wasn't available, they took that.
There's too much of a cap.
They made that
Yeah.
decision to go to a higher tier, and they are struggling. And I feel that, like, we all do not like what is going on right now in that regard, because we do not want to see people struggle. But I do believe that there is a demographic that we can have in these units that does not have the ability to move into a unit at this price point.
Yeah.
And so I think that, to me, is what gives me peace, is knowing that even if we just looked at the Shandoka universe, if we just looked at those projects in totality, we can take the number of units that are in this phase, and we can bring people that are in Shandoka,
Making them do much money and move
put
them,
them
and that's gotta be a
there,
caveat.
and-
That has to be, or not a
Yeah.
requirement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the main reason to do it. And many of these folks that are over income are double or more over income.
Wouldn't you be pissed if you You were on the lower end of the spectrum and you couldn't rent a place because someone who was making twice that, the money they deserve to make was in the place that's slotted for you.
Okay.
I mean, you have to look at it that way too.
All right,
know?
if we,
we
if
can
you, if
rediscuss it
we
phase
can
two.
add an amendment saying that these new, I will vote for this 120 AMI if all of the people currently living in Shandoka will be moved into those newer units.
Think that James and Lance,
Do you have
did
language?
you mention something earlier in the presentation that the community services director would help dictate what the rents would be, or what that specific targeting was, and which households would move?
That is correct. The Community Services Department has been very active in this project as far as it's been an interesting puzzle to get that building emptied and put into other places. So that is the department that has the expertise and wherewithal to figure out exactly the correct households to be moving in and out of these places. And I believe Delaney has a plan.
These
to
would
do
not
so.
be a lottery to the general public.
Correct.
These would be coming from Shandoka.
To Shandoka to Shandoka.
Yeah, I think we can, ensure that process.
And it hopefully
Is
And-
part of the
And then
overall
anybody that
puzzle.
was in F building that is in the lower tier has first right of refusal to go into those other units. Like we need to,
I don't know that we need to put that in.
no, but this conversation needs to be had.
But
and-
but absolutely, that is the intention. The
Okay.
intention is that you're bringing everybody into compliance and utilizing this project.
Okay. And for a later date, I think we need to also revisit some of the owner occupied deed restriction rules and regulations and yeah.
If I can tell I'm losing this debate, that's fine. Please reconsider spending that money on a roof. The roof is not 30 years old. It has been replaced. Again, it was noted as remarkably good condition. That is a waste of money. Do not spend that. Please remove
That was kind of my question, was it was like, if, I agree with the spirit of this project, and I think that maintaining our buildings and improving them that we already own is an important aspect of being a, landlord for all of our constituents here. So that would be my thing, is it's like, if we do have things that we're looking at, hey, there is a 20-30 year longevity on this roof. That was my question, is like, are these hard numbers where it's like, that's where we're gonna sit? Or can we say, okay, we know that we want to make improvements to the, finishes. We know we want to make improvements to carpeting, floors, things like that. But hey, our roof is actually all right. Like we can get away with it for 20-30 years. That's my concern, is like that we are.
James, do you want to speak to that? Because you did speak
Sure.
to that at
Yeah, happy
THA
to.
about the difference between the portion where the new studios are going to
Yep.
be
No, that's
added
an
and then the other part.
incredibly valid point, and pursuant to THA sub direction, we continue to evaluate all those systems and things that are in good shape, and we have very little interest in taking one stick out of this project that is in good shape. So foundations and framing and drywall and everything that we can save, we are saving, and that includes the roof. There does become a point at which full roof replacement makes sense. For example, if we are able to reincorporate the pop-up concept into this program, where we are trying to turn a third story 2-bedroom unit into a 4th story
Adding like
4
dormers.
bedroom. So by, you just popping that up, there would be roofing costs associated with that. But I tend to agree, the existing roof is in good shape, and
if we're talking about maybe doing different improvements with the roof down the road, it doesn't seem like you would spend a bunch of money to replace that roof to then alter it later down the road.
correct.
Also, the roofing was just for the new standing seam or pro panel that goes on the green roof right now was placed on there sometime in the last 30 years. It's relatively new, but when the roof's okay, there's many layers to the roof. So what we were only talking about doing is pulling off the top metal anyway, so.
Yeah, and certainly there will be new roofing on the new addition. I think that goes back.
Yeah.
I do want to mention, just on behalf of staff here, I've seen the length of time and been a part of some of the meetings of these guys, James and Lance in particular, negotiating our construction team down for literally weeks and weeks here. So the number you see in front of you, whether you like it or not, whether it feels high or whether it feels just about right, is not the number these guys started with. I can tell you that much. And they've worked really hard to get it to where it's at. Again, it's a really challenging construction environment, materials environment out there still. And you can just be assured that the team has worked really hard to get us to the number we're at today. It's been many weeks in the making.
Yeah, it seems like to me, like, especially when we're talking about, windows, siding, roof and things like that, that were, installed 20 or 30 years ago, that they're also not gonna specifically have the like energy efficiency that we would want. And especially if it's buildings that we own as a town, I think that replacing inefficient windows, replacing inefficient siding, and then possibly if the roof is in good condition, looking at doing like insulation, added insulation in the roofing, stuff like that is like more desirable than like just replacing something for the sake of replacing it.
Understood.
Okay. I would entertain a motion. I would like to really thank everybody because this is the first of many spirited debates we're gonna have, and especially Dan, I know this is like, we've been over this a million times, and I think it's all brings a better outcome in the end when we talk through it. So, if anybody's ready for a motion, let's go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the execution of a ground lease between the Telluride Housing Authority and the town of Telluride, Colorado to lease certain THA-owned property generally located at portions of Lot A, Bachman Village, Telluride, Colorado, 81435 to the town of Telluride.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. How do you vote?
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse, right? Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no.
Geneva, yes. All right, motion passes 6-1. We will now adjourn as the THA by unanimous consent and reconvene as town council.
Great. And Tiffany, do I need a motion to reconvene?
That's it.
Okey doke. We'll move on to number 11, public hearing. Tiffany, do you have anything for public hearing? Okay, great. Then we'll move on to number 12. Those are our action items. And we were going to go to Kaylee Ranton.
All right, thank you. So this is also part of the COP, and Kyle and I will go over the water portion of it a little bit, which these guys have said is $5 million of the total COP that we're working on. And just a little background on this, we've worked with Burns and McDonnell almost annually the last several years on water and wastewater rate studies. And in October, we completed the most recent rate study with them. And that is where we got this $5 million COP needed for the water fund to fund mainly the capital projects. And I'll let Kyle talk about the main capital projects going on over the next 5 years.
Welcome, Kyle Beck, Public Works Director. So yeah, a lot of these projects we went over during the initial budget. So I'll briefly go over these. And if for any of these you need visual, if you need to go see the actual site, I'm more than happy to take folks up there, because I think a lot of these, it is worth getting your eyes on to see aging infrastructure. Just as a side note, I do want to say that we are getting HVAC into our wastewater treatment plant starting today. So this will be the first time those folks have heat in 3 years. So we are seeing a lot of improvements, and that's what a lot of this focus is on, mainly for the water treatment side of things. The highest expense is going to be for the Mill Creek, and this is going to be for the membrane filter upgrade. And so normally with water filters, that's your main treatment into a water treatment plant. That's what's getting all of the total suspended solids out of the water. It's what's purifying and giving you guys the end product, the end user, that clean water. And this filter that's existing in Mill Creek is past its life expectancy. And so normally when you replace these filters, it's a lot cheaper, but with this whole the whole membrane system, it's the whole skid that failed. So you have the whole structural component around the filters that have to be replaced. That's about a $2.4 million project that was actually supposed to be started about a month ago, but a lot of the parts got stuck in customs. And so we finally got the skids in, but at this point we have to delay it till spring, only because Pandora would be the primary water source and there's a high risk of that being in the avalanche. So if we lost Pandora, we would have no water to the town. So I did delay that until the spring. So those funds will be transferred over to 2024, but hopefully April, we'll be able to start that process again, which will completely shut down Mill Creek. And then we'll be completely relying on Pandora, but hopefully the avalanche situation will be kind of out of sight. And then that'll give us time to get some upgrades to Pandora to make that our primary as we do the updates for the Mill Creek plant. So some of the additional things to Mill Creek, it's updating the chemically enhanced backwash system, which is what's required to actually backwash those filters to clean them out, usually once a month. And you have a chemically enhanced, then you just have your normal backwash. And so this whole system is for that particular process. Insulation to the facility as well. We did some of that insulation this year. As we lose a lot of temperature control in there, we have a lot of condensation issues that are deteriorating the structural supports. So we're trying to get a handle on insulating that building, as well as some different process to handle some of the high moisture content within that building. Another unique thing with the Mill Creek process is that it's at such a high elevation. As you get down to the spur, we're sitting about 200 to 300 PSI. And so we want to install a PRV that actually reduces that pressure, so we don't have that high pressure running all the way to Lawson. We have a fire hydrant that's at our wastewater treatment plant that's around 240 PSI that no one should ever hook on. Fire department's scared of it. And so our goal is to reduce that pressure to that existing line, which is about 100 years old. So reducing the pressure will extend the life expectancy for that spiral round steel pipe. So we're trying to install some of these equipment that'll extend the life expectancy of our existing infrastructure. Our steel well improvements that we have for this year. I don't know if any of you had a chance to walk up towards it's the discharge line for the overflow for the tank, but as you're aware, a lot of that eroded some of the bank up at that location, and we had a contractor go up there with the spider excavator. Did an amazing job on establishing a pipe to handle that overflow and get it all the way down to Cornet Creek. So if you ever get a chance, you'll see that pipeline up at Cornet Creek that we did that install and completed in 2023. We were proposing that for 2024, but we got ahead of schedule on that one. The raw water line to Stillwell, which is also the Cornet Creek wastewater treatment plant. That's an old spiral round steel pipe, some HDPE, but it's sitting on grade. And so that's deteriorating. And so we need to get up there in 2024 and establish that pipeline and figure out where we need to either line or do a full remove and replacement. And so that'll be an expense to remove that raw water line, remove and replace that raw water line. The tank lining rehab for those tanks up at Stillwell. We were in that tank about a year ago, and the tank has been lined, but there's a lot of bubbles in it that are compromising the liner. We had a company go up there this year and reestablish some of that. It was actually a pilot test to see if we can put this other liner where those bubbles deteriorated in the tank. We're hoping that's going to be a fix versus doing a complete removal and replacement of the liner of those tanks. And that liner is important just to keep all the contaminants from coming in, any infiltration. Those tanks are built with old concrete reinforced structure, and so the lining just kind of creates a housing inside that prevents any of that infiltration from coming in those tanks, any impurities, so it increases the water quality. The kind of going on to the Pandora plant, those filters are past their life expectancy, and those are just the filters itself. It's not the filters plus the actual skids. So that's where it's a lot cheaper just to replace those filters, and we'll have those replaced in 2024. We're going to purchase in 2023 because there's about a 6-month lead time on those. We'll get those shipped in, get those installed into Pandora, That way we'll have that system hopefully up and running to its best ability before we actually shut down Mill Creek. And that, the expense of those filters are about $500,000 to replace those filters at Pandora. Then we have just a couple little projects up at Pandora that we need to replace the main valve that's in front of Pandora. Right now, it sees so much head pressure that you can't actually operate the valve. And so we've got to create a bypass system so we can relieve some of that pressure off of the valve so it can actually function to isolate that system. Don't know if any of you in the past few days have witnessed or been over by Pandora, but our burp box exploded yesterday, but with about 400 PSI, but that's the purpose of that burp box. So we got a call from the fire department as well as some folks that are walking up there because they were in fear that Bridal Veil exploded, which it was just the burp box, but it's a scary sound and it's a scary vision if you actually get to see that. But the intent is for that not to happen. So we're doing some investigation to see why we're seeing such high pressures during normal operation. But that valve will allow us to isolate that plant. The Lawson Creek, or the Lawson Hill Pump Station, we're ahead of schedule on that one as well. The existing tank up in Lawson has been there in place for several years. It's been lined, but it was never functionable because the proper pressures couldn't be sent to the local residents there with that at high elevation. And we have houses at the same or near the same elevation. So we are installing a pump station that will assist with providing some additional pressure to the residents in Lawson, but it's going to be redundancy on that water source. So that's going to help us be able to supply Lawson and not rely on filling it with Mill Creek and the Stillwell tank. So that'll be some redundancy into the Lawson Hill location with that pump station and telemetry, which should be up. I'm hoping everything will be running mid 2024, including telemetry, which will allow it to talk to our operators so they can operate and run that remotely. And then just some additional PRV replacements, which is a pressure reducing valve. About a month ago, we had that pressure reducing valve blow up at the hillside, and then that created a surge in the water line, which created a water line leak. And so that was a significant project that we had to work on. And hopefully replacing some of these outdated PRVs will eliminate that concern here for the future. So a lot of projects planned for 2024. I'll be providing several updates next year, photos, and then also doing kind of a presentation for completion in 2023, which we were able to get a lot of stuff done as well.
I think you hear in Kyle's presentation. Thanks, Kyle. Obviously this is not a small part, but it's a part of this 2024 budget and beyond's focus on infrastructure, frankly, and some of those hidden assets that are aging. Maybe that's the theme of today, aging assets, and working on hopefully smart fiscal solutions to be able to fund those much needed and oftentimes delayed infrastructure upgrades to water and beyond. So he's hitting on all the themes of what we're trying to get done in this budget for sure.
Awesome.
Thanks, Kyle.
Kyle, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Kyle while he's in the hot seat there?
Yeah. I would just love to request that when the weather gets better or whenever it's good, that one of our retreats is a tour of some of the water facilities, because we haven't done one in a long time. That was like one of my favorite retreats we went on, and I bet the new folks would love to check out our water zone too.
And the best time is when it's extreme conditions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Full dry trail.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And Scott, so kind of with 12A, with the improvements, and then do we go right into the Shandoka housing project and the entire lease for this? How do you want to kind of move?
Let's let Dalton go over the ordinance.
Yeah, it'd be great to have Dalton come on here. And Jason, if you've got anything to add as well, please.
Yeah, I'll get started and then I'll let Jason talk about the parameters and kind of where we're at. I know he gave a little overview earlier. Really, there are two main purposes of this ordinance. It authorizes the necessary documents, and then it gives a delegation of power so that the mayor, the town manager, the finance director could set the final pricing terms and sign the certificate purchase agreement so that the COPs can be sold. So starting with the first part, this ordinance authorizes several documents. And these are documents that we talked about. Most of these documents are documents we talked about a second ago with the Telluride Housing Authority. There are a couple additional documents, but the ordinance authorizes the ground lease. So this is the town side of authorizing the ground lease that the Telluride Housing Authority just approved so that the town can enter into the ground lease for the Building F property. It authorizes the site lease, which is the document pursuant to which the town would lease Rebecca Hall, the Public Works Facility, and Building F to the trustee. It authorizes the lease purchase agreement, which is the document whereby the trustee leases those three properties, so Rebecca Hall, the Public Works Facility, and Building F, back to the town, subject to annual appropriation. And then kind of the new documents that we haven't talked about yet, it authorizes a continuing disclosure certificate. So anytime you sell debt to the public market, the underwriters are required to get certain information from the town on a continuing basis. And this is basically to keep the market informed on certain things that are going on. And so basically you enter into a certificate that says, hey, we gave you this initial information, usually, some of your general fund revenue numbers, stuff like that, and we'll continue to post it online. Generally speaking, those things are just contained in your audit. And so you post your audit, but that certificate's approved. The certificate purchase agreement, which is your contract with Stifel, and that's just the agreement to purchase the certificates of participation. That document will be filled out in January when the certificates are priced, and Jason could talk through that process a little bit more. But when the documents or when the COPs are priced, that document will reflect the final terms, and then that's your binding contract for the purchase of the COPs. And then the last document that's authorized by this, outside of just, general closing documents, is the preliminary official statement. And what the preliminary official statement is it's a document about the town and kind of the credit and the project. And that's the document that Stifel uses to sell the COPs to the market. And so it just contains all the information that a reasonable investor would want to know in order to make an investment decision to buy the COPs. That document and all of these documents are in form right now. They'll continue to be updated and worked on until it's time to price the COPs and then close. But that's all these documents are on file with your town clerk right now and can be reviewed, and we're happy to take any questions on them. The other big section of the ordinance is section 4, and we touched on this briefly at the Telluride Housing Authority meeting, but I'll go into detail now. And what this does is it delegates to the mayor, the town manager, the finance director. So one of those three people can make these final determinations that will be set forth in a sales certificate and also signing the certificate purchase agreement. And what these do is they set the outside parameters for the pricing. And so, as Jason alluded to earlier, these are maximums. These three people are only authorized to sell the COPs if the numbers come in below these numbers. Otherwise, they would have to come back to the town council. But the maximum term for the site lease, and so this is the one leasing the property to the trustee, it can't go out any further than December 31st, 2063. That's a 40-year lease, and it's 10 years longer than the lease term, which is B, which is December 31st, 2053. Again, there's that extra 10-year window because the trustee's remedies under this is, they can lease out the lease property to others subject to the restrictions we talked about in the ground lease or any zoning to recoup what's due under the lease purchase agreement. Once they're paid off or that term ends, then the property returns to the town. And so, if the town chose not to appropriate in, the second to last year of the lease, maybe the trustee could recoup it sooner, get it paid off, and then you get it back. But those are your outside terms. The aggregate principal amount of base rentals that can be paid by the town, this is kind of your principal amount. Right now it's set at 13 million. As Jason said, we anticipate that coming in lower than that based off the project fund needs that we've been talking about for the two projects. But ultimately, that's got a little cushion in case, costs go up or something like that happens between now and the time that we price. The maximum annual repayment amount, this is the maximum amount that the town would have to pay for its rental payments under the lease purchase agreement in any year. That's set at $1 million. The total repayment amount, and so this is principal and interest, can't exceed $26 million. The purchase price of the COPs is set at 98%. And so that's, you can either sell them for a premium or a discount. This says, they could go for a discount, but a very slight one. In case the market goes there. I'll let Jason talk about the market on that. And then the net effective interest rate is set at 6%. And so ultimately the COPs couldn't be sold for and bear an interest rate, net effective interest rate higher than 6%. Other than that, the ordinance just provides for additional approvals for your closing documents and to take the actions that are necessary. And make some necessary legal findings. I'll kick it over to Jason so he can talk a little bit about the parameters or anything he wants to talk about there, and then we can take some questions.
Great, thank you, Dalton. And I did mention some of these earlier, but again, on right now, those parameters are maximums, as Dalton said. Right now, we're probably going to be as a par amount in the $9 to $10 million range. The maximum annual debt service is right about 700,000, and the total repayment is right about 17 million. So again, way under those parameters. How we are organizing this is really behind the scenes. While the market will just kind of see one issuance of COPs, we are running two separate debt service schedules. The waterfront project will be amortized over 20 years. The housing authority project will be amortized over 30 years. And as Dalton said, we will provide individual debt service schedules to the town to be able to kind of allocate those revenues from each of those internal funds appropriately as needed. Where we are in the process is, that we've gotten the documents a long way for this submittal. Next week, we have a rating call scheduled with S&P. And this will be a public offering, so we do need a rating for this transaction. We expect it to be in the AA- category. AAA is the highest, down to BBB. So we expect you to be in that upper end of the rating category, which is great. And again, the market has been trending in your favor right now. If we were to sell these today, we think we'd be around about a 4.75% interest rate. And while interest rates have moved up this year, they have trended back down. But again, from a long-term historical perspective, we're not even on the high end of the last 20 years. We're kind of in that mid-range of the last 20 years. Interest rates were very, very low over the past couple of years before moving up in 2022. But on average, rates are still very reasonable from a longer-term historical perspective. After we get that rating, then we kind of get into the holiday timeframe. When we get back from the holiday timeframe, we will post the official statement, as Dalton talked about earlier, which is on file. That official statement is what is used by the investors to make a determination if they want to purchase these COPs. And then right now we have it targeted for January 17th. And on that day, there will actually be an order period where investors, and those investors could range anywhere from Fidelity to State Farm to individuals, they'll actually submit orders for your COPs on that day, and the interest rates will be set based on the demand for your COPs on that day. We will work with Stifel, who is your underwriter, to make sure, again, that those interest rates are set at appropriately market levels. And that day, everything is set. And from that day forward, those interest rates, what you are paying on those COPs, are set through the final maturity of those COPs. These COPs will have a 10-year call feature, which is after 10 years, you could refinance these, hopefully for some interest rate savings. Those call features tend to become very important when you're looking at COPs. Lease property needs might change. That at some point in time, as Dalton said, we can substitute something out. But at the same time, if we were to refund something out in the future, you could substitute different property at that point in time. So that's kind of a standard call feature. But then, so those interest rates will be set on the 17th, and then we will close at the end of January, and that's when the funds will be available to the town. So I'll stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Great, thank you. Any council members have any questions? Well, don't see any questions. So thank you guys very much for clarifying that. And then Scott, what do you want to see kind of with this action item specifically in terms of,
Well,
next
this is an
steps?
introduction or first reading of ordinance. Kaylee, I'm not sure if there's anything more on your end that you want to walk us through, but I think that's pretty full background on this one. Not sure if there's any further council discussion on this front, but Kevin?
Yeah, just as you mentioned, first reading, you'll see it again at second reading, presumably in 2 weeks. Should you approve it here at first reading? We don't like to see substantial changes between first and second reading or would require a third reading. We're trying to, I think, wrap this up before the end of the calendar year. But I think the documents are in great shape. You've had an extensive overview of kind of the legal mechanisms that we're using here and the financing mechanisms that we're using here as well. So I think this is ready for your action and approval. The second component, which is 12B, is a separate issue on the acceptance of the contract provisions for construction of Building F. But this is for the COP for both the water improvements and for Building F issues.
Right, so you want us to tackle 12A independently now?
I would
Okay.
recommend that, yeah.
Okay,
I
great.
think there's motions. We had them up on the screen. Maybe we can pull them back up. We had suggested motions for both 12A and 12B coming to you.
I can do it.
Great.
I move to approve an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride concerning the financing of improvements to the town's water system and the Shandoka housing project and approving the execution and delivery by the town of a ground lease, site and improvement lease, and a lease purchase agreement and related documents.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Oh, I think we just left out that we should direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public, to set the matter for a public hearing on December 12th. Sorry if that wasn't in there.
Nope. And then would you like that motion to be amended?
Yeah, let's just do a simple friendly.
Can I accept your friendly amendment?
I can't make a friendly amendment, but you can.
Will you make a friendly
Grant,
amendment adding?
if you can.
I would like to second with the friendly amendment that we are
Setting for
Direct-
public.
Direct the town clerk to set this for a public
Correct.
hearing on December 12th.
direct the town clerk to set the hearing on the town.
Second reading
Public hearing.
Second reading
for December 12th.
for December 12th.
I
Is that
accept
it?
your amendment.
You got it. Awesome.
Good job.
Is everybody clear on that?
Be an easy second.
Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no.
Betty, yes. It passes with just one dissenting vote. And then we move on to 12B. And then Kevin, I'll ask for a little direction on this, just for your opinion of, we'll have Lance come up or he's up already, but chat about it. But a lot of this is a little bit repetitive of what we've discussed in THA, correct?
Yeah, I think you've received all the background that was relevant on this issue. There might be a brief presentation that either James or Lance might want to engage on this particular issue of the contract. This is not a first reading. This is the actual approval. So you will not see this at second reading. This is your action today on this.
Okay.
And final.
I think you've heard quite enough from us already, but
Yeah, this allows us to proceed.
Okay.
with the project.
I move to proceed with the Shandoka Building F redevelopment Phase 1 affordable housing project is set forth herein and authorize Scott Robson as agent for the town to execute Part 2 of the design build contract with the proposed contract sum of $3,603,933 submitted to by Shaw Construction LLC for the Shandoka Building F redevelopment Phase 1 affordable housing project and authorize the town manager to make expenditures in compliance with the attached project budget from the Affordable Housing Fund set aside for expenses in support of the Shandoka Building F Phase 1 affordable housing project as set forth herein.
Second.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes. Ashley, yes.
Dan, no.
Teddy, yes. It passes with one dissenting vote. We will move on to item 12C. And we'll have Kelly Ranta introduce this one.
Thanks, James and Lance, for that. And
Thanks, guys.
just wanna-
Good work.
I would just say we're really excited to work with Shaw Construction on this. We've certainly, they have a long history in the region and look forward to working with those teams again.
All right, so 12C is amending the ordinance for the wastewater and water billing to a monthly cycle rather than a bi-monthly cycle. And town staff and council has heard the concerns citizens have expressed about the financial impacts of paying for 2 months of billing in one payment. And it's also been challenging for staff doing the bi-monthly billing rather than monthly on public works and the finance staff. As the town rates have increased significantly over the past few years for both the water and wastewater utilities and will continue to over the next couple of years. Town staff definitely feels that this is also a better option to move to a monthly billing and also more common with public works staff reading meters monthly. It would allow customers to see any inconsistencies in water usage that may indicate a leak more timely, and also for finance to be able to get bills out quicker every month. And this would be effective January 1st, 2024. So the first bills for January service would go out the beginning of February. And then, so the ordinance, there's only a few changes, but on page 95 of your packet, I'd like to point out a few changes, and that is, and it's section 13-2-130 on delinquency. And it's the payment will be due on the 20th day of the date from the date charges are billed. Previously, this was the 30th day. And then a 5% penalty will be imposed on the 21st day after billing. This was previously the 31st day.
And that just matches sales tax.
Well, it does match sales tax. 20 days. It probably won't fall on the 20th, but give us some time to just get ready for the next billing as well and read meters. So we thought that was fair, and we will send out a communication to the public after this meeting. Just makes sense to me, letting them know this.
Are there any questions?
And then the only other change is just changing all the bi-monthly wording to monthly.
Yep, makes sense to me. Any questions?
So for anybody that's listening, if you are on automatic billing already, will you have to do anything, or will you just start billing on a monthly basis?
If you're set up to pay on the due date, then you'll be fine. But if you're set up to pay on a certain date of the month, then you would want to change that.
Okay, perfect.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, changing the water and sewer billing cycle from bi-monthly to monthly, beginning January 1st, 2024, and direct the town clerk to set the matter for a second reading at a public hearing to be held on December 12th, 2023.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion on the table and a second. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Helena, yes.
Anita, yes.
And yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. And we will move right on, sticking with Kelly and 12D. And the introduction and the first reading of an ordinance of the town council for certain water and wastewater rate charges for 2024.
Thank you. So this is also, these rate increases were determined through the rate study that we completed this year as well with Burns and McDonnell. We also did the wastewater rate study, was a joint study with the town of Mountain Village this year. And the study provides a 5-year financial plan which evaluates revenues under existing rates and the ability to meet future operating capital costs of each utility. This rate study determined that a 5% water rate increase is needed in 2024 and a 20% wastewater rate increase. And these are the same rates that were included in the approved budget for 2024, which was approved by council on October 24th. And the rates in your packet have been adjusted for the monthly billing cycle as well as the usages.
Okay, thanks. Anything else to add, or and it seems like pretty straightforward? Any questions from council members?
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing water and wastewater rates and charges for 2024, and direct the town clerk to set the matter for a second reading at a public hearing to be held on December 12th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table with a second. Mian, how do you vote?
And yes.
Elena?
Helena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Anita, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Excuse me. Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, it passes unanimously. Kelly, thank you so much. Right now, we are heading into item number 13. So I will need a motion that we can sit as the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Mian, yes.
Oh, Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. So we will now be acting as the Telluride Liquor License Authority.
And before we start, I will be recusing myself as my work. I sell wine and liquor professionally, and I have a financial incentive to always have more liquor license. I'm going to recuse myself.
I also have to recuse myself this one because I signed the petition.
Okay.
I didn't
That's-
realize that was gonna have
So,
consequences.
yeah, there are consequences.
Did I go?
Perfect. We have enough to continue, so that's great. So I will hand it over to Melissa to take it from here.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Melissa Mullen, I'm Assistant Clerk with the Town of Telluride, also the Liquor Licensing Clerk. I'm here to introduce an application we received for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license. Kate and Christopher Thompson, owners of Pine Street Adventures LLC, doing business as National Telluride. They've applied for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for use at 100 East Colorado Avenue, Suite B. And as a little bit of a background, we've had some movement of some restaurants. There was a prior restaurant at this location. They relocated across the street at the end of October. And in doing so, they transferred their liquor license at the same time. So there's currently no liquor license associated with this premises. As you may know, there can only be one liquor license at a premises at a time. And so currently, there's not one associated with this. Applicants have completed or submitted a complete application. All their fees have been paid. They did sign up for a concurrent review, so their application was sent to the state. The state is reviewing this at the exact same time. I did provide a questionnaire in your packet. And this is a fairly new tool that we've been using now, the clerk's department, for about maybe a year. It's an in-house application, and it's just to give you a little bit more of an overview of what the entity, what the business is intending to do. There's so many different types of liquor licenses available that someone can apply for, and they're all completely different, all have different requirements and everything. So this tool is to help kind of outline that. This application is straightforward. They are a restaurant. Their main purpose is to serve full meals. I did want to note in the questionnaire, they did mark that they have not received approval from the Public Health Department for food service. In talking with them, that's pending. They are in the works on that. So staff recommends if this is approved today, that it's conditional upon they're receiving their approval from the Public Health Department, and that the town, the local license, we would not issue a local license to them until they submitted proof of that. Additionally, in your packet is a premises map, and that shows the area which they are intending for their liquor license, and they are licensing their basement, which will be their kitchen area, and then the first floor for their dining. There's been no issues when consulting with town departments regarding that licensing, that area. And so, as you guys are acting as the liquor licensing authority, the state recommends that you look at 3 main points when considering a new liquor license. That being proximity to schools, needs and desires of the neighborhood, and moral character of the applicants. The subject property is not in location or not in proximity to any school as defined by Colorado Liquor Code. So there's no issue with that. The needs and desires of the neighborhood was represented or demonstrated through the submission of a petition. They submitted a petition with 99 signatures in favor of this license. I did go through and I did note that 81 of the signers listed addresses within the town of Telluride boundary, town of Telluride limits. So anybody that listed a PO box or just outside of town, they weren't included with that. but it shows strong support for a need and desire for this. Additionally, this meeting was properly noticed and we did not receive any negative feedback or commentary regarding this application. And I also want to make one more point is that we recently also lost a hotel and restaurant liquor license with the closing of a restaurant recently in town. So we don't see that too often, but I just want to make that note that we are down one hotel and restaurant liquor license. The moral character of the applicants, they both been background are fingerprinted and background checks have came back. Nothing came back on either of those. They've been really diligent about getting in their timely submitting their application. And I also want to point out that they've also completed the state approved alcohol training. So they're ahead of the schedule. That is really not a requirement to be completed until 90 days after they would receive a license. So they're ahead of the game on that. And that's all I have. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and applicants are here as well.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
And it's probably for the applicant more so, but the previous restaurant used the roof for private events. Is that not going to be part of the restaurant and not part of the liquor license?
Not at this time. It can be, according to the building and planning department, they can add it on as a modification later on, but right now it's just the basement and the main floor.
Okay,
area.
they would have to modify their liquor
Yeah.
license.
Mhm.
And would that have to come back in front of us?
No,
Okay.
that goes in front of the local authority on the
First time application.
Yeah.
I see this as, I mean, one restaurant was there, it's the same use as it was before. I've personally known Chris for 35 years, maybe longer. Let's not date ourselves. I think it's amazing that he's married now and they're raising their twins here and they've come home and decide to raise their family and open up a restaurant. He's now owned restaurants and operated restaurants all over the country. Stoked to have you here, and he works hard, very responsible, and I know that he will take this responsibility very seriously, and I see no reasons why we shouldn't approve this liquor license application.
All right. Any other questions for Melissa or the applicant? Okay, fantastic. Do we have a motion?
Sorry, it's a public hearing, so we just have to make sure we ask for public comment.
Okay, sorry about that. Is there anybody in the room or on Zoom for public comment regarding this application?
Nothing online.
Nothing in the room? Okay, is there anything else, Tiffany, that I need to do for this one? Okay, thanks. We'll go back to I got ahead of myself, sorry. But we'll get back to requesting a motion.
I move that the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority of the town of Telluride, Colorado, approve the issuance of a hotel and restaurant liquor license to Pine Street Adventures LLC, doing business as National Telluride, for use at 100 East Colorado Avenue, Suite B, Telluride, Colorado, based on the following findings. Public notice of the hearing on the application was published and posted on the property as required by Colorado law, and the applicant is qualified to obtain a liquor license pursuant to CRS section 44-3-307. And the premises is in the location eligible to conduct the proper liquor license business pursuant to CRS section 44-3-313 and the zoning laws of the town of Telluride, and the applicant is entitled to possession of the premises for which the application is made. The inhabitants of the neighborhood, by definition of the town limits, desire an additional establishment that serves liquor, and the needs of the neighborhood are not being met by existing outlets, and with the following conditions to be met prior to the issuance of the license. Inspection of the premises is collated by the clerk to the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority to confirm the accuracy of the diagram of the proposed license premises submitted. And the town clerk's department be notified of any changes of manager within 5 days of a change, and the state of Colorado license is received by the clerk's department, indicating approval of the application by the Colorado Department of Revenue Liquor Enforcement Division.
Nice work.
Second.
All right, we have
Sorry. Want to add the condition about the
roof?
No, the town of.
the health and
Public
food.
health.
And
Approval from the public
Oh, I
health
want
department.
Yeah.
why not? And with the following condition also to be met of the approval of the public health departments. Removed. Original motion.
Great. Second is fine with that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Geneva?
Geneva, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Congratulations. Best of luck with the new
Check it out.
restaurant.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to the opening and having a wonderful new spot in town to go to. Okay, we can grab our other two participants.
And Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I know we do have Mr. Chad Horning here from Telluride Ski and Golf.
Excellent.
We pushed that a little bit farther back into the agenda, so since he's in the room, if we could give him a little time, that'd be great for.
We've got him tentatively slotted for 3:45. It's 3:45 exactly, so
Boom.
come on up.
Yeah, and we over the last year and a half or so have worked really closely with Chad Horning and his team, and have just tried to give Telluride Ski and Golf an opportunity on a pretty regular basis here in front of council to just provide updates on often seasonal updates, operational updates, any key staffing or openings like we have coming up here on Saturday of the resort. Anything you want to get in front of us, Chad, would be great. And of course, we can also touch a little bit on the Chair 7 Carhenge MOU if you'd like, but we just appreciate you being here, and we're excited to see that December 2nd opening date.
Thanks for all the hot potatoes. I appreciate it. You know, it's nice to be here in front of the new town council. Nice to see you, Mayor, and Elena, nice to see you. Anyway, as you all are aware, we're thrilled that we're going to get open December 2nd, as this could have gone a lot further, and the weather has really cooperated with us. I don't know why we debate it every year, but internally we debate, can we skimp on the runs? Can we make the runs a little bit skinnier? Can we open a little bit sooner? And we never do it. We always do wall-to-wall coverage. We always do it right. And we always wonder why we even waste the time debating it, because we want to do it right. We want to open and be a first-class opening. And so that's what we're going to do. So as you probably know, Chair 4, the Chondola will be open on the 2nd. We'll have coverage all the way through down through the meadows. We'll be able to get coverage from the gondola parking lot, so people can park there and ski down as well. The ski school will be open. The magic carpets will be open. We'll be up and running. Hopefully we'll get Boomerang open as well. That's a question mark. We've got about, I think, 16 inches of snow forecasted. I'm hoping that this is the first forecast that actually comes true. If that happens, we're going to be really quickly opening up 5 and 6. That'll be great to get that loop opened up so we can really run the mountain. And, a couple of weeks ago, things were looking, fairly grim because of the weather conditions, but they're really looking strong today. So we're excited about getting open and having a great product for visitors and for the community. And then, as always, our next priority after getting 4, 5, and 6 open is going to be to get this side of the mountain open so we can get access down here to Telluride. And, our target on that is to do that by the 18th, as close to that as possible. That is entirely going to be dependent on weather and snow. We have to helicopter over snow guns for getting, getting exits out of Chair 9, things like that, which we'll be doing as soon as we get 4, 5, and 6 open. But that's kind of the situation we're in every year, and the situation we're dealing with. And let's see, as far as opening goes, that's really the update I have. Before I move on, is there any questions about opening? Any questions?
Are you gonna be able to access from the gondola and hike up, or is the gondola not gonna be available for skiing access?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to find out. I don't know whether we're gonna have access for hiking up on the 2nd. I don't think, we're definitely not gonna be able to ski down from there on the 2nd, but I don't know if we'll have hike up access or not. I'll find out.
My favorite on-mountain restaurant is Giuseppe's. Is that tentative for Christmas? Any estimate there?
I am sorry to say that Giuseppe's will not be open this winter,
Damn.
at all. And, we're behind in getting that completed. So that'll be finished up, this coming summer and open for the following winter. Yes, I join you on that. Sorry to say that.
Any other questions?
Any other any like projects or grading or anything like that that happened this summer? I can't.
Yeah.
Or things to look forward to on the mountain that are different this year?
No, we're, we had that little unintentional grading project that happened on this side of the mountain, which is going to create a new experience. So I think that hopefully will satisfy everybody's need for something new this winter. It's a whole new run. It's a whole new run. So that'll be exciting. And then I'm just going to move on then into the Chair 7 whole MOU. I don't want to say we've slowed anything down, but we've kind of been in a holding pattern kind of for new council to come aboard and for us to take some next steps. And so I think those next steps are for us to make sure that everybody's aligned with the new council and what we're going to be doing with that. And then to get in front of the stakeholders right there at the base, the people that are going to be most impacted by that, and get in front of them and get their ideas and get what they would like to see, or if they'd like to see anything based on what the comprehensive plan is. So we're prepared to move forward with that part of it as soon as it makes sense. I think we've all been busy here for the last month or so, and but looking forward to taking that to the next step.
Yeah, and Chad, I had provided earlier in the afternoon an update to council just on a number of housing projects in particular, and just let folks know of the ongoing work we've had at the staff level with you and your team and design workshops, and feeling like, yeah, now that we've got a new council and mayor in place, we would love to take the next steps with TSG and better understand what the trajectory of some public open houses, some concept meetings might look like, to your point, to get alignment not just between our two organizations on plans that have already been approved, like the Southwest Area Plan and things along those lines, but very importantly, those residents that are right there in that neighborhood as a starting point. So I think we're aligned on that, and look forward to some upcoming meetings with you and John Miller and your team and so on as far as next steps on concepts.
Great. Look forward to it as well.
I have a quick question, just out of my own curiosity sitting here. I know that obviously the town owns Carhenge, and then I'm pretty sure Telsky kind of owns like that road. There's kind of a wedge that comes down right there. What is like the rest of the ownership kind of in that area, like where the actual chairlift sits? Is that on town property, or is that on Telsky, or is that, public lands? I'm just kind of curious for my own bearings.
So generally the parking there by that wedge is owned by the town of Telluride, and then the chair area and around the chair is owned by Telsky.
Okay. So the Telsky ownership comes all the way down, and then where does the national forest kind of start on the hill?
It's not in exactly one spot. And
Okay.
there's a couple mining claims there that kind of mess it up a little bit too. But it's easier if we look at a map.
Sure.
I can show it to you.
Okay, I was just curious more about like that base area, so that.
Yeah, the base
clarifies.
area is all mostly Telsky, and then the parking lot's mostly the town, or all the town.
I think you guys have a little strip like where a ski patrol and emergency vehicles park, right? There's that strip on the edge of the parking lot that's you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is.
And then similar.
Gondola where the Mountain Village actually has some jurisdiction over Lift 7, like around the base of Lift 8.
Say that first part again, I'm sorry.
Like Mountain Village retains some ownership.
Oh, that's where the gondola is.
Right,
Yeah, they own
right.
that
Is there anything like that on Lift 7 that?
No, I think that where the town's in charge of the zoning there and the development, in a development agreement, but as far as ownership, I think that's all Telsky right there. And I'm sure Kevin or somebody will tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I've got a map up. I'll show it to Ashley when we have a break, just to orient you a little bit to it. Yeah.
I guess I was mostly just curious. I know that there's big moves right now, as everyone knows, for like the federal lands being opened up for some development of housing. And I didn't know if that was anything that would be meaningful to this type of discussion, if it bordered or made sense in any one area of these other like when we're talking about these other properties?
I think there are some areas where the national forest land can make some sense for that. Right there, I don't think it makes sense, but it's worth another look. Always worth another look. Good idea.
Yeah, a lot of the national forest land right there too is like, there's like a lot of avalanche danger.
Sure.
Like especially right near Virginia Placer and Shandoka, you see those avalanche signs. That's a lot of national forest land.
But it is time to be creative about workforce housing. So it's time to relook at it.
Tunnels.
I think that's all I have, but if there's other questions, yeah, Dan.
On a somewhat related note, I still view Telski as the economic hub of our region, and I'm very excited for our future collaboration. But I have had some concerns, and some constituents have expressed concerns about high-level vacancies at Telski, particular CEO and Mountain Ops, as well as Ski Patrol. And obviously you still want to run a successful business, but what do you say to the people who have concerns in that realm, and how is Telski working to fill those holes?
That's a good question. So, yeah, we do have some vacancies at some high levels, and there's a substantial focus going on filling those. We believe strongly that we need really high level quality people in these positions, and we take the filling of them very seriously. And I do think that it's appropriate for the community to be interested in it. So we're expecting to provide updates on that regularly, and I do think that we'll see those filled in the near future. Thank you for bringing it up. It's a question I get a lot, so thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come down and chat with us and give us an update. And we're looking forward to Saturday and getting up on the hill.
Yes, anytime. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chad. Really appreciate it.
Okay, we've taken care of the administrative reports earlier. And that brings us to number 15, executive session. We do not need to have an executive session on Diamond Ridge at this time. And so seeing that we don't need executive session, we can adjourn.
Woo!